We're live, so.
Okay, great. Thank you. Your countdown kind of stopped for a second there.
Okay.
Good evening. Welcome to the July 21st, 2020 special meeting of the Northampton School Committee. I am Mayor David Narkowitz, chairing the meeting. This meeting is being conducted via Zoom conference meeting in accordance with Governor Baker's COVID-19 emergency order. It is also being audio and video recorded by Northampton.
Oops.
Sorry. Thank you for that. Is now being broadcast live as well on Northampton Open Media. Because this is a special meeting, we have one key agenda item, which is a continuation of a previous discussion, and it concerns the required plans that we are required to submit to DESE by the end of the month. We are required to submit essentially 3 plans. And so that is the one item that we are finishing. I do want to emphasize to the public, we're not actually choosing one of those plans tonight. That's actually not something that will happen until August. We have to approve these 3 different models that then have to be submitted to DESE by July 31st. And I believe the issue of a specific plan would not come up until our August meeting. So I just wanted to put that out there for information for folks who may be tuning in. So we begin our meetings with public comment. And so we allot 3 minutes for public comment at the beginning of each meeting. And on these Zoom meetings, we ask people to use the raise hand function if they wish to make a comment during the public comment session. So if you're on a computer, you can utilize your raise hand button in the participants menu. If you are calling in by phone, you would have to use the star commands. I believe it's *6 to raise your hand. So again, we allot 3 minutes to public comment. I will keep a timer, and I will ask folks when I call on you to please state your name and where you live for the record of the meeting. And again, I'll be keeping a timer. So let's move to public comment. And I would also just ask folks, I think everyone's been muted, but to just try to mute yourself during the meeting. I know sometimes we get distracted. I do it myself, or I forget to mute myself, but just so that everyone can hear. I'd also ask if folks are not speaking, that they turn their video function off. That has the dual effect of allowing me to be able to see all the school committee members on one screen as well. So the first person who has raised their hand to speak
excuse me, Mr. Mayor, we need to call the roll just quickly.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right.
Skipped right over the roll call. Apologies. Go ahead and call the roll.
Member Levy.
Present.
Member Kaufman.
Present.
Member Goldman.
Present.
Member Voss.
Present.
Member Gold.
Present.
Mayor Narkowitz.
Present.
Member Busansky.
Present.
Member Fallon.
Present.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Present.
And Member Condon.
Present.
All present.
Thank you for catching that, Annie. So now we'll move to the public comment, and the first hand that is raised is Bill Scher.
Thanks very much. I was able to look over one of the proposed hybrid plans, and I also was able to see the state's new guidelines for when schools should close or how they should handle individual COVID cases when schools are open. And I don't have a lot of strong opinions about the nature of the hybrid plan. I realize everyone's in a very tough position, and there's perfection's not going to be possible here. And I don't fault any of you for being put into this horrible situation, but I do think we could go a lot farther in caution than these state guidelines go. If you haven't seen them, they recommend if there is a positive case in the community, in the school community, self-isolation for 10 days and possible close contacts not come back to school unless they've been tested or quarantined for 14 days. And you don't close a school, and it's not even a hard and fast automatic thing. There need to be multiple cases in one cohort or a small number of cohorts, and then consultation with the local board of health, and then the district wouldn't close unless there are multiple cases in multiple schools. And I just feel like we've been through this rodeo. We know if there's one known case, there's going to be other asymptomatic cases that we don't know about, and time is going to be the essence in these situations. And so if we even drag our feet by a day or two, it could be a major problem. So I would strongly recommend that we go well beyond what the state's recommending here. And if we are doing some form of reopening, to do a very rapid shift to remote learning if we do have a single case in any individual school. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bill. The next person whose hand is raised is Thomas Chang.
Good evening. I'm Tom Chang from Northampton. I'm a teacher and a parent in the community. I just wanted to thank the school committee for passing the resolution about school resource officers. And watching the discussion, I was struck by the unanimous commitment that you have to confront structural racism in the public schools. There was also a lot of discussion about wanting to hear from the community, and clearly you have different ideas about what counts as hearing from the community. However, it seems to be a value you share, specifically hearing from underrepresented populations. Member Gold referenced the conversation he had with me as a representative of REAL. And I want to be clear that I do not, and the REAL leadership does not think that what you did was an empty gesture. We see this as a direct action that immediately signals to students and families of color that the legacy of racism in the Northampton public schools and the Northampton Police Department is going to be taken seriously. We see and acknowledge how painful it can be to be a person of color in this district, and we can ensure that the many educators, parents, and students who have spoken up about this issue in many settings over many years also won't see this resolution as an empty gesture. We do this by raising the level of sustained, meaningful effort to a point where this one action seems like a tiny part of the restructuring of our schools around the notion that Black Lives Matter. REAL is always ready and willing to collaborate with folks interested in this effort. As one of you said, the real work is ahead of us. So thank you for the work you do and for the time.
Thank you very much. The next person whose hand is raised is Michelle Sullivan. Michelle, you can unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, thanks. Name's Michelle Sullivan. I am an educator and parent. I live in Ward 7. I'm going to make it very, very quick. So in the plans that are being considered, I want to voice my support for offering an opt-in remote learning option. I'm really concerned with the amount of people who are exploring homeschooling or online charter school as an option. I'm concerned that we're going to hemorrhage students and the money that goes with them. So I feel pretty strongly that that needs to be included. I also want to voice my support as an educator, and also my husband's a teacher, to allow teachers to have that option as well. I would like to make sure that teachers' jobs are protected if they cannot safely teach in person because of health reasons. That's my time. I see the rest of it.
Thank you very much, Michelle. So I'm looking through the participant list. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in public comment? Again, if you could use the oh, okay. The next person is Jeff Napolitano. Jeff, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Jeff Napolitano. I live on Burks Pit Road, Northampton, and I have 2 kids that would ordinarily be going to middle school this year. And I absolutely assure you, I would love to send them to school. But given that there's a ton of students, particularly college students from across the country that are going to be descending on the valley in about 3 weeks or maybe sooner, and that there's really no way to guarantee safety, I would echo the previous speaker's comments about having an opt-in for remote education at the very least, for at least the fall or part of the fall until we really see what the numbers are, because that's really the only way to guarantee the safety of not just kids but also teachers and administrators and folks in the community at large. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. The next person whose hand is raised is Dinah Mack. Dinah, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. I just want to go on public record to say that it's just really concerning as a teacher of 15 years in this district, as a member of the community who just loves my colleagues, loves this community, to be looking at this conversation without us all acknowledging that people will be gravely ill and people might die if we open our school buildings. And really the acceptable number of student deaths to COVID needs to be 0. And the acceptable number of educators and staff deaths to COVID needs to be 0. And this is the one thing that I think needs to be guiding this discussion that we're having. We see that across the globe, putting children into buildings is going to increase the spread of COVID. I hope that you all saw the study from South Korea that came out looking at 65,000 children. The conclusion was, quote, that children younger than 10 transmit to others much less often than adults do, but the risk is not 0. And those between the ages of 10 and 19 can spread the virus at least as well as adults do. So as we're discussing this, I just, if we have one death of a child in our community or one death of an adult in our community, I just want us all to be able to sit with this outcome. That is this the normal that we want? And should we be going back to school? It makes perfect sense to start off the year remotely. And I just need to tell the community that what we had in the spring was not remote teaching. What we had in the spring that people feel was remote teaching was crisis teaching. We had to plan in 2 days to put our work online. DESE, I don't know if people know that DESE told teachers that we were not allowed to move forward with curriculum. We couldn't teach anything new. We had to just review material. Everything was optional. And I just think that this has really colored the lens in our community for what remote teaching could be. We have time now to create a robust program of remote teaching. Remote teaching doesn't mean we all have to be in our own homes, not interacting. We can open up public spaces in the buildings. We can arrange for safe socialization outside with our students. Teachers want to do that. We can work with kids one-to-one. We have the resources. And I know that we're coming up with these plans and we're mathematically trying to figure out how many people we can put in the building. It is just not safe to do that, sadly. And I just want us all to think about outcomes. And I know you all are. I know this is a very hard decision, and I really appreciate the time people are spending. So thank you very much. And I know that there are a lot of educators that are willing to put all of their time for free into creating a robust remote plan. So I would love it if we could start doing that sooner rather than in August. Thanks so much.
The next person whose hand is raised is, I have their first name, Liz. Liz, if you could unmute yourself and introduce yourself and tell us where you're from.
It's Mama's turn to talk, okay? Hi, my name is Liz Bowen. I am both a teacher and a parent in the Northampton Public Schools. I wanted to, Dinah said some of what I was going to say in terms of remote learning versus crisis teaching. I feel like over the course of the summer, we've heard both at school committee and just as a teacher, concerns about like what happened in the spring. And I do want to make sure that it's communicated to families that that's not what remote learning would look like this year. I do think that it's important to have a remote opt-in. That is us, yep. A remote opt-in option. All of my Facebook parenting groups are flooded with people talking about homeschooling, and I'm really concerned that we're gonna experience some white flight as a result of this. There's also just some anxiety in the community that parents haven't heard from the district. I didn't even realize that until my husband said it to me today, because I've heard so much from my colleagues and everybody. But even though I think it has felt like it made sense to not say anything because we don't know anything more than we necessarily knew before. But I think even telling the community that might be necessary, because the silence is starting to feel kind of ominous. And yes, and teaching with a 3-year-old in your lap is hard. This is hard. And I think that it's important that we continue to acknowledge that both for parents and teachers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person whose hand is raised to speak is Leigh Merriam. Leigh, you can unmute yourself.
Yep, there we go. Sorry. So my daughter attends Bridge Street. I just have one quick question. I'm just curious when the school system is going to maybe survey the parents. I personally don't know any parents that are planning on sending their kids back. How are we going to find out how many people are actually sending their kids back to the school system? And what point, mathematically, does it make any sense to reopen if we only had, I don't know, 10, 15, 20% of the students returning? I agree with a lot of what Dinah said. I think safety is first. Even if it's just a half a year, I'd rather keep my kid home and keep her safe. I don't want our grandparents exposed to any of this. But I'm just curious about the math. Is there any plan to resurvey us? I did this survey back in the spring at the end of school, and it was a completely different landscape. When I filled out that survey, I was optimistic. I wanted my daughter to go back and be with her friends in school. But today, it's a different situation. That's all. I just want to know if there's a plan to find out how many people are planning on sending their kids back. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The next person whose hand is raised, it says Hubbard Youth Room. If you could unmute yourself and just tell us your name and where you're from.
Sorry, that's my work address. My name is July. I live in 41. Can you hear me?
Yeah, your sound is a little bit tinny, or it's having a little bit of trouble hearing.
Okay. Is this better?
Now it is, yes.
I'm sorry, apologies. My name is July Seebecker, sorry. I live at 41 Indian Hill in Florence. I'm in Ward 6. Just really quickly, I believe the CARES Family First Leave Act goes for 3 months. I can't imagine I am the only person whose boss is completely not interested in working something out to assist me if I need to stay home with a remote learning child. And I would just ask that whatever decision that you make, please have it align with what the law allows parents, so that if we need to stay home and support our children for remote learning, that we don't have to choose to quit our jobs. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. The next person whose hand is raised is Sam Hopper.
Hi, my name's Sam Hopper. I live on South Street in Northampton, and I'm here speaking as a resident of Northampton and a caregiver of a Northampton student. I'm not representing any office. I want to speak about two things. One, the length of your meetings, and two, just the lack of appropriate training and knowledge. This might not seem super relevant, except that this meeting is a continuation of a meeting that went till 1:30 in the morning. Your meetings are long, and your last meeting that went that late didn't cover all of your agenda items. This is not new. Your full committee meetings average over 4 hours a meeting, yet the decisions you make at these meetings directly impact our students, teachers, staff, caregivers, families, community. But it's really difficult to stay informed when you have so many meetings that go so late and are so long. You already don't hear from the entire school community. And I hope you don't think you do. The people who watch your meetings, myself included, are privileged in one way or another. And sure, we can watch a recording, but again, it's a very privileged set of people who can sit for 6 hours and watch a meeting. So the length of your meetings is a barrier to the community being involved and informed. And speaking of being informed, this leads me to my second concern. I strongly believe the length of your meetings is tied to the lack of understanding of what the job of a school committee is. For folks who don't know, the job of a school committee is not left open to interpretation. It's actually defined very clearly by law. And I learned that not every member of our school committee has actually fulfilled the requirement of your basic orientation, a requirement that is available as soon as you get elected, actually before my representative did it before he was elected. And so this orientation covers very basic things like school finance, open meeting law, which has become apparent people don't know what it means, public records law, conflict of interest, special education law, which is huge in our district, collective bargaining, which we all know is a big deal. This is basic training, and it's open not only to new members, but to veteran members because stuff changes. So I think it's really appalling that there's members who do not fulfill the minimum requirement, yet feel it appropriate to make serious decisions that affect our families, our teachers, our staff. And I agree with what Dinah said. I want to keep our staff and teachers and families safe. I've listened to members drone on and on, share their entire thought process out loud during meetings about reopening, but did not hear any discussion on the policy you're going to need to adapt. And that's a huge part of your role. And maybe people don't know that because they haven't done the training. So because you go on for so long, your meetings go late. Maybe if you understood what open meeting law is, you'd know that we actually don't need transparency into your personal thoughts. We need transparency on your deliberation. And again, tonight is a continued meeting, which is, it's just ridiculous. So I'm asking you to please do your work ahead of time, show up prepared, stop showing up to meetings expecting the superintendent, other administration, other members to inform you about issues at the time you're actually deliberating it. Your best work is not done at 1 a.m., nor can it possibly be done when you have a lack of awareness of what your job is. Thank you.
David, sorry.
There's no other hand currently raised. I'm just trying to shut the timer off. There's no other hands raised. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in public comment? Again, you can use the raise hand function, or you can, Fred Koss, you raised your hand. Go ahead and unmute and please state your name and where you live for the record.
Okay, so it's not actually Fred, it's Jenny Cass, and I have a rising middle schooler and a Ryan Road kiddo. And I do understand that the distance learning that we did was not distance learning. I just wanted to make sure that another parent's voice was out there for a distance option, particularly for middle school and above. I'm not as concerned with the little kiddo. I think first graders, we can shake it out, but middle school, I think if she's trying to deal with getting back in at the beginning of the school year, she's already panicking a bit about being in big groups. And I don't know that I'm comfortable without having a good um, distance option out there. And that's all.
Thank you very much. The next hand raised is Rebecca. Rebecca, if you could just unmute and state your name and where you live for the record.
Sure. My name is Rebecca Hard, and I live in Florence. I have a student at Northampton High School going into her junior year. And I guess my question, because of how the spring went, and I understand that it was crisis learning, but my daughter's going into her junior year and is taking a majority of her classes are AP classes. And when talking about the plan, we just still don't know what's happening. We have concern over how the junior year will go, how AP classes will look, if they'll be getting grades, and if, you know, if as the plan changes, if we need to change classes, because I don't know that she'll be able to take the same classes that we signed up for when the plan didn't look like it does now. These were all signed up for in the past while she was still at school. So that is our concern, just kind of the course load and how AP classes will be handled.
Thank you very much. The next person, oh, well, again, is there anyone else who wishes to speak in public comment? Okay. Does not appear to be anyone else. Anyone else who's trying on a phone? No. Okay. So we will then conclude the public comment session and move into our regular agenda for the evening. And let me just trying to pull up my agenda on a different screen here. Get back to it. Again, as I mentioned before, the main item on tonight's agenda is the continuation of our discussion from the previous agendas relative to a discussion and a vote on the remote, hybrid, and in-person school reopening models for submission to the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. And I will turn it over to Superintendent Provost to provide us with updated information on those three models. Superintendent? Let's see.
Perhaps he doesn't realize that his phone
You're
was
muted.
muted.
Your phone is muted. I'm going to ask him to unmute. There he goes.
Okay, sorry about that. So as I was saying, of course you don't know that because I was muted. The focus of tonight's discussion is really going to be on the hybrid model. The fully remote models and fully in-person models are essentially self-explanatory. It's the hybrid model that is the largest challenge. It has the most logistical options. It has the most variables to manage, and it's the one that's been most vexing for the committee. Before I present tonight, I want to invite my colleague Andrea Gito to present a hybrid model. This is a hybrid model that NACE has suggested, and then I'm going to present one that represents what the thinking of the administrative leadership team is. I want to say before she starts though, as I shared with her this morning, these are not two models that are coming from different planets or different states. These are two models that really live on the same street because we've been in communication and collaborating throughout this process. And I think although differences remain in what we're recommending, there's a lot of similarities. So that I want to turn it over to Andrea to present her model, or NACE's recommended model.
Excuse me, Mayor, I got a message from one of the folks in the room who was trying to raise her hand during public comment and was not able to.
I received a message from Amy Cotel. Is that the same person? And
Correct.
I responded and said I will include her comments in the record. She chatted them to me. She sent a message with what she had hoped to say. Unless you believe we should, would that be sufficient?
Well, I mean, if it was something related to the decision that we're making tonight, it might be good to just know what they were.
Yes, and she indicated that she, in her message to me, indicated that she has a child with special need and concerned about online learning. Her daughter does not do well with Zoom and will need another option. So I'm happy to recognize her if she would like to add to that. I did not know she was trying to raise her hand. So Amy, if you wanted to add to that, I can allow you that opportunity.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I tried. We're having a little bit of technical difficulty. I'll be really quick. So my daughter this spring fell apart. We've been working so hard with Ryan Road School. I live in the Ryan Road area. And my daughter Annika was doing fabulous with the school. They really were doing great. And then, and I'm an educator. I have my master's in education. And the first few weeks went okay with my daughter. But as soon as she heard she wasn't going back to school, she could not handle Zoom anymore. She would run away. She would sit far away. She would do anything but focus. The Zoom, it just was, and everything was Zoom for her. So I just think there's some kids who cannot do online learning. And I'm thinking, one thought I had is to have a small group of cooperative doing homeschooling and then get her services through the school as needed. But, and I understand, I don't want anyone to get sick. I can't handle it. And I know she can't handle it. She was depressed by it. Like I could tell. And I just want something different for her for this fall. And that's what I have to say. And I hope that you're thinking of the kids who are like that when you're creating this program. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'll now return back to the Superintendent and Andrea Agito. Superintendent?
I think I just queued it up for Andrea.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent. And I was wondering if I am able to share my screen. I would love to be able to do that if it's possible.
You should be able to do it. Did you try?
I'm going to right now. Thank you, Annie.
You should be able to.
There you go. Can everybody see that?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. So my name is Andrea Agito, and I'm the president of the Northampton Association of School Employees, and this is the NACE proposal for the restart of school. This phase-in plan, along with health and safety requirements, full funding, and waivers of time on learning and standardized testing, was created in conjunction with the Massachusetts Teachers Association, the American Federation of Teachers, and the Boston Teachers Union, and is being presented statewide. The same way that the state is taking a deliberate and careful approach to reopening the economy for the well-being of our students and staff, the state must also take an equally deliberate and careful approach to reopening our public schools. NACE believes that this phased-in approach and hybrid model, if conditions allow, will meet the social, emotional, and academic needs of our students in this challenging time. In this plan, phases 1 and 2 give a very deliberate and thoughtful planning period, which is necessary for a successful start to school. Remote learning in the spring was crisis learning. Educators did not have a chance to prepare and plan remote learning before being thrust into it. Given this phased-in approach, educators will be able to thoughtfully plan and collaborate to create the best learning opportunities possible in order to meet the individual needs of their students. We can design our remote plans with the experience of the crisis in the spring informing our practice. It provides for setting up a system of remote learning while preparing for in-person learning when we know it's safe for our community. The first phase is for teachers, educational support professionals, substitutes, and all relevant school personnel to have time together to prepare for the return of students and resumption of school in whatever model the local association and district deem safe. The second phase is for educators at all levels to meet students and families, either in person or remotely. It will allow educators to get to know their students and families. They will be able to assist families with technology trainings, assess student needs, plan small groups, and to continue to develop remote learning and hybrid plans that meet individual needs and prepare them for new health and safety protocols, including physical distancing and mask wearing. Many parents on this call expressed concerns about their individual family needs. This could all be addressed in phase 2. The third phase is the resumption of instruction, whether remote or in-person hybrid. All families and staff should have the option to be fully remote if need be. But phase 3 focuses on the first 6 weeks of learning. The foundation of any successful school year is built in the first 6 weeks. During this time, educators and students will build their relationships, establish their learning community, and develop school climate and culture. Curriculum and instruction decisions are informed by what students need and by what will engage them and give them a love of learning. Using what was learned in phase 2, these decisions will be made by the educators closest to the students and the people that know them best. Our plans should emphasize project-based learning, which provides for maximum flexibility and engagement as students move between in-person and remote instruction as needed. During this summer, so many plans have been explored. After receiving feedback from the district survey and the NACE survey of school employees, we propose a simpler, more streamlined plan that allows for so many of the factors that address stakeholders' needs. If it is safe to return to school buildings, NACE suggests the following hybrid model. This is an AAOBB hybrid model. And basically, what it looks like is classes will be split in half or to a level that allows for 6 feet social distancing. There'll be an A group and a B group. The A group goes to school on Mondays and Tuesdays, and the B group goes on Thursdays and Fridays. Wednesday is an online work day for all, but this will allow educators to provide remote learning support, planning and prep, offer extra help for students and families that need it, and provide time in the buildings for cleaning and sanitizing. The benefits of this plan is that it provides in-person learning for all students. Some students with higher needs may have more in-person time in school. Small groups with a licensed teacher for all academics will provide more attention to the individuals for project-based learning and meaningful activities. It is a schedule that is easy to follow and is conducive to planning for families, educators, and student work schedules. Health and safety guidelines can be maintained for little to minimal cost, and our youngest students will be able to take home materials for hands-on remote work rather than just being in front of a computer screen all day. Each in-person day will be scheduled in the same way as a pre-COVID day, with added protections of smaller groups, social distancing, outdoor options at every building, and required PPE. At the elementary level, children will still have specials, intervention groups, and special education services. At the secondary level, students will have a similar daily class schedule as they did pre-COVID, and classes may need to be broken into 3 groups for an ABC model rather than an AB model, depending on the sizes of those classes. We would like to choose a hybrid model as soon as possible so that educators, families, and administrators can begin planning and make decisions that fit their needs. Having the time awarded in a phased-in approach will also allow educators and administrators to plan the best remote learning and possible hybrid models during this difficult time. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share our thoughts with you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you very much, Andrea.
Thank you.
Are there any questions related to Ms. Fallon has her hand raised. Go to Ms. Fallon, Member Fallon.
Thank you. Can I just ask, does this work? I noticed on the very first slide, and I don't remember how it was worded, but there was, is there one before that actually? Thank you. The waiver of time on learning. Can you tell me, will this plan still work with the phased in approach if the commissioner doesn't grant a time on learning waiver?
It could possibly work because one of the conversations that is happening currently is looking to front load PD time that's already built into our day. And if we were able to go to this hybrid model, I think there is the possibility that we could move the teacher work days and PD days to the beginning of the school year, which could possibly give some time, that time for phase one in that plan. And then phase two, because teachers would be meeting with students and families, that could possibly fit under the time on learning requirements, because there would be communication and interaction with students.
And can you, thank you so much. And can you just follow up and tell me, is there any indication from the MTA when the commissioner will make those decisions?
So currently the MTA is in, and those other organizations are in negotiations with DESE until the end of July. So the hope is that by the end of July, we will have a decision from DESE as to whether or not they are, meeting the request to the demands that are being bargained.
Thank you so much.
Member Condon has his hand up next.
Thank you, Mayor. Andrea, thanks for bringing this to us. There are many things I like about this. As a teacher myself, I feel this simplification really eliminates some hurdles that could get in the way of any plan moving forward. How long do you see the first few phases lasting? Or is that entirely dependent on kind of the health situation and when it's determined when it's safe to return to buildings?
I think whether it's safe or not to return to buildings, we would still want phase 1 and 2 to happen, because we feel like it's really important to have, so we don't end up repeating what happened in the spring. We want teachers to have that time to collaborate and really thoughtfully plan out their either remote plans or hybrid plans in whatever way that looks. And we also feel like it's really important for us to be able to hear from families and get what families need, because as you heard, even just in this one call tonight, in this meeting tonight, we've heard so many different perspectives from families, and we think that there really is going to be a spectrum of needs for the different families in different situations, whether they want a completely remote program for their child or they want to be able to have their child in the building as much as possible. So I think whether we're remote or hybrid, we would still want phase 1 and 2 to happen. Exactly when those start is still fairly flexible and could be discussed and negotiated with administration, as far as, like I said, moving up PD days or something to that effect. It is possible that could possibly happen. So we're looking for at least 2 weeks for PD and 2 weeks for contact with families. And that the contact with families may vary based on the class size of the teacher. So some of our middle school teachers may have 100 students that they need to contact and talk with. That's going to take longer than, for example, our elementary teachers who have 20 students to contact.
So so theoretically, phase 1 and 2 would take ideally a month or so, give or take.
Give or take, possibly.
Before we got to phase 3. Great, thank you. And I guess my second question, You mentioned in secondary levels, there may be the need for a C rotation as well. Has there been any work put into what that might look like? Like A and B is very clear. It's very obvious how it's simple. It fits into a week nicely. Has there been any talk about how A, B, and C could work?
Yeah, actually, I think Dr. Provost is going to be presenting a plan that we worked with the high school principal and assistant principals on developing an ABC model where the online day, that O day, would be once every 2 weeks, because something that they talked about as being really important was offering a later start for high school students. So the high school teachers would have planning time first thing in the morning, starting at 7:30, but the students wouldn't necessarily have to get there at that time. And then that allows for the teachers to have an every other O day rather than every Wednesday. We thought it was important for those O days to be the same at all levels, because there may be some cross grade level PD and training, but at the high school, to allow for the ABC model, it would be an every other Wednesday would be an O day.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Member whose hand is up with a question is Member Levy.
Thanks, Andrea, for presenting this. I agree with my colleagues that there's a lot in here that is really attractive. I had the same exact question as Member Condon about the length of time of the phases. I guess a concern that I have is that with this plan, our students wouldn't actually be starting classes until likely October. And given the research about really optimizing outdoor time, that really minimizes outdoor time. And I wonder, I don't know if this is a question I'm allowed to ask, but I'm going to ask it anyway, and you can say you can't answer it. I'm wondering if there's a possibility for starting phase one much earlier so that we could optimize. I agree with you. I think the phases are important and I wouldn't want to skip over them, but could we start them earlier so that we could start phase three earlier and optimize outdoor time?
I think that's something that would depend on the majority of staff members who possibly have plans or family things that they could not work around. So I think that would be subject to possibly negotiating that. I'm not saying it's out of the question. Also, given what we experienced last September, outdoor time could be more pleasant in October than it is in September, given that it also has the possibility of being very hot as well. So that
okay. Yeah, thanks. I want to clarify. It sounds like students who need extra time, and is that students who need extra time, or we've had a lot of conversations about our English language learners, our students on IEPs, and so on, having more in-class time, and it sounds like are those students grouped in with the students who need extra time who would come on Wednesday, or do they get more time than just 3 days in this plan?
In this plan, it's really flexible, because one of the things that the staff really felt strongly about was not wanting to segregate our at-risk students and make it so that those students are in the buildings at times when they would be separate from their peers. And we felt like that was really important, that we didn't want to just say, oh, only special ed students and ELL students and students that are in foster care are going to come on Wednesdays, because that becomes a very blatant stigma, basically, to say, oh, these are the students that are in school on Wednesday. And quite frankly, there may be students that have needs for other reasons that we don't have listed. And so therefore, that's what phase two is really about, where we could really find out from families what their experience was in the spring, what their experience is currently around work issues and really challenging things that this pandemic has put on people, And so we will be able to meet those needs, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a labeled situation for a student, but that we could be flexible to provide the need, provide it on an as needed basis.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I really, really appreciate the reasoning behind it. I guess my question is that does that flexibility include the ability to be there 5 days if necessary for those students?
I think it could. It's going to depend on the sizes, but I don't see why not. It's going to depend on keeping those groups small, but in those cases, our students that are at highest risk are still going to be in school with peers.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, and then 2 more questions. Hopefully they're fast. Under I know there might be an ABC plan for the high school. Under the AB plan, it seems like how big are the class sizes for the high school, and would you still have students changing classes in the same way they have in the hallway at the same time in between classes?
I think I will leave that up to the high school administrators to answer when Dr. Provost presents that, because I don't have all the details right in front of me, and I wouldn't want to give an incorrect answer.
Okay, last question. I'm assuming because this is coming from you, there are a number of teachers who back this plan. Can you give a sense of how many teachers have been in conversation and support this plan, just to give us an idea as we're deliberating?
So so I want to say it's not coming just from me. It's coming from our employees together, and it is we conducted a survey in which at this point I think we had about 180 some odd responses, mostly teachers that responded so far. It is something that we will continue. We're planning another survey for the end of this week. And so out of the responses, we had an 88% approval rate of this plan. The people that did not approve of the plan didn't necessarily not approve of the plan, but felt like it's not safe to be back in buildings and thought we needed to really just focus all of our attention on remote learning. And so I didn't have anybody who said, we want to go back to school and we want a different plan. We basically had the people that felt like if we're able to go back into school in a hybrid model, all the people that responded felt like this was a simple enough plan. It gave time for collaboration and PD and interaction with families, all of the things that we really want in our education system on a good day, right? And saying, well, let's use this pandemic as an opportunity to make our education better. And so the people that said no to it were basically people that are feeling that it's unsafe to be in buildings at this point in time.
Got it. And for those people, it seems like this plan includes an option to not physically be in building for them.
Correct. And just like we would like to have that option for students, we would like to have that option for staff as well, to choose to be fully remote and to have that remote work be satisfying and productive.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I'll just say finally that I'm hopeful that whatever plan we end up going with, my hope is that there will be the option for families and for educators to be remote if that works best for them. So thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, Member Voss, you have your hand up next.
Thank you. And thank you very much, Andrea and NACE members, for putting this together and presenting it. I had a lot of questions that have already been asked, and I echo what others have said, just that thanks for all the work on this. My remaining questions are just to confirm. I think what I heard is this could look very different at 3 different levels: elementary, middle, and high school. And while those details aren't worked out, teachers and educators in those schools would work them out. I'm hearing that correct? Okay. Yeah, and then 2 more questions. One, I'm just curious if in phase 2, it sounds, would it work while teachers and others other educators are getting to know families, figuring out what families need, where kids are at, what we can do to build community, for there to be a little bit of learning going on that wasn't necessarily teacher driven, but say a book the families could read, or, you know, like summer reading as kids get older. I just put that out there that I'm not sure we need to wait absolutely till October for kids to start engaging at home with some of these things.
Absolutely. And just how as I said to Member Fallon, that this could possibly be counted as time on learning, because in that situation, there could be, it could be structured in a way that there is remote learning happening in that time.
Thank you. And then my final question, and Member Levy asked some of this, I'm curious, I was curious how the teachers across the board participated and what they thought. But part B of that question is we're about to hear another proposal. And I'm curious if you could share with us to the extent teachers participated in the next proposal and where they stand on that. And then I'm done. I'll turn it over.
I don't have an answer to that. So I don't know.
Okay, the next,
thank you.
Next question is from Member Gold.
Hi, thanks for all around for this presentation and for being included. Could you speak again about what, if I'm in, let's say B, what am I doing on the days that it's an A day and an O day? Can you just refresh that? And did we get this? I'm sorry, Andrew, I was trying to scroll through this. I mean, I know I got on the negotiation team, we kind of got something on this, but did we get this as a school committee?
No, and I'm sure you if
okay,
you,
cool. No, I just didn't know if I missed it, if you know what I mean.
You didn't. And so basically on the days that you're not in school is going to depend on what, number one, what level how old you are and what grade level you're at, because those different classes will be different. It is going to be some form of remote learning. The goal is in this situation that there would be, as we talked about, there's going to be educators that are working completely remotely. So the goal is that there could be educators at each level that are providing either synchronous activities or office hour type of check-ins for students that are working remotely. For the youngest students, that remote time is mostly going to be with, we called it like a goodie bag that students could take home with them. When they're in school, they would get an activity or something that they participate in while they're in school with their teacher, because they're going to be in really nice small groups. They're going to get to have, a lot of focused learning while they're with the teacher. And then hopefully, then they can take home materials that they can then follow up on in a remote situation at home. And whether that may be, doing things in nature like a scavenger hunt, or, building things, or it may be an engineering challenge, or it may be, a math game that they played in school and their instruction, they get a checklist and they have to play it, 5 times with someone at home, that type of thing. For older students, it may be they're starting to read a book and they worked on it in class with their teacher, and then they, now they're going to go and write an essay in response to that literature, or work on some community project or something that is developed as something that Ms. Mack referenced, that doesn't necessarily need to be completely isolated the way it was in the springtime. There could possibly be chances for those students to work collaboratively, maybe in the school library or outside in, at a picnic table to kind of, work and carry on a project that they have. Those are the types of things, and I'm certainly happy. I know we have a lot of teachers on this call, so if anybody else wants to jump in at that point to share an idea, I'm absolutely, open to that. But it basically will look different at each grade level, and it's going to be, those 3 days would be remote. and there would possibly be the opportunity for some kids to come into school buildings, and there would possibly be the opportunity for them to have contact with a teacher. The idea of having kind of co-teaching collaborators where one of those teachers at each grade level is kind of handling the remote check-ins while the other teachers are doing the in-person work.
And so I guess I'm asking that, I mean, do you think we have, I mean, because essentially it's 50% unless you do an ABC, but right. I mean, do we have enough staff that are not going to be teaching live to cover how many would be home on those remote days to do check-ins and things like that? From what you're hearing from teachers, like, are there that and when I say are there that many that are not going to be there, I'm say that as a negative, like that could be a positive in this scenario. Like, do we have the staff that are going to be there? Because yeah, so, and I asked that in the frame of like, it's one of the challenges for families and for the student engagement is like, it could be a 5-day weekend unless there's some adult that's going to be engaging with me on those other 3 days. And so I'm wondering, do we have the staff, and how you deal with that engagement for the 5 days in between?
I think we have the staff, and I think that we also have the possibility of that, because not only is it, you know, we also have our educational support professionals that could be doing those check-ins as well. Because if our groups are so much smaller, the necessity to have all of the ESPs that work with our larger classes may not be as critical. And so those people will also be available to work with students. And I think that these are the things that we need to get that information about. And that's one of the reasons why we want to basically, you know, pick a plan so that we can then start to look into all of those numbers and matching up. Because again, it's going to depend on how many students are staying remote, how many teachers are staying remote, which ESPs are available, and all of the every teacher will be available on the Wednesday, right? Because those will be the online days. So teachers will be available for those online check-ins as well.
Okay, so the O days, because as I'm reading, like if it was a PD day, no matter what is the thinking, and that's that on an O day, some of the O day would be dedicated for all teachers to do a check-in as well. So it wouldn't be like an 8:30 to 3:30 PD day. There would be, they would arrange that. Okay, that I could see that. Appreciate that. And then my last question is on the length of the day. In terms of the students' capacity and the students' endurance to, you know, and threshold for, it's going to be a very stressful time in school. And so what was the thinking around keeping it, you know, for lack of, you know, 8:50 to 2:30 or whatever, you know, the actual hours are, or for each grade level, you know what I mean? Like, because that to me becomes very challenging. And so I just wonder what was the thinking around that?
I think it went in multiple directions, because I think that yes, the idea of having a shorter day is really optimal in the sense of you're going to be wearing masks, you're going to be wearing, you know, PPE, but also at the same time, there was a little bit of thought, especially at the elementary level, for families that need a full work day. And so, you know, the idea of that, you know, we know on regular half days in school on, you know, pre-COVID, a lot of times that was challenging for families. And so having a half day, you know, having shorter days, we thought might be more challenging for families. And if we could offer those outdoor breaks and you know, change up the way the day is structured, so that, because you're right, we're not going to be able to have kids sitting at a desk or a table, you know, for the entire time they're in their classroom, right? So we're going to have to be really creative and really work at ways of letting them spread out, letting them be able to, you know, play, but in a safe way that's socially distanced, and giving them kind of breaks out of the classroom. And I think that goes back to really needing that planning time and really needing to give our educators the opportunity to collaborate and to mix things up and ultimately look at this as a way of improving our education, kind of as a silver lining, that this is the opportunity to really think out of the box and do things that maybe we never thought we could before.
Appreciate it. My last thing is just sort of statement. This is similar, but there's a unique twist to it, to scenario 6 that superintendent shared in the June meeting. His was the way it was described was like A, B, and you're alternating every day, and but it was a similar thing. And so I guess I would just encourage my colleagues, as I'm trying to do, look back at my notes on what was it about scenario 6, just so we avoid regurgitating the same questions or thought process for my colleagues. So like scenario 6 was the one that had an A-B format. And so if you have anything in your notes, go back in and check those out as we're plowing through all this stuff. But yeah, thanks so much for your time and taking the questions.
Thank you.
Member Kaufman, you have your hand up next.
I do. Thank you so much, Andrea. This is really attractive, this plan. I not only appreciate the simplicity of it, but based on your responses, it's clear that this is very thoughtful and that you're asking us to kind of decide on something, but you and your colleagues who have thought about this have done, I think, a very impressive job in thinking through some of the answers to these things. So I really appreciate that. I also, one thing that stands out for me is this element of fairness between our elementary, middle, and high schools. At some point, as a school committee member, we've heard a lot from families that feel like it was leaning towards giving more time for elementary versus high school and vice versa. There's just been so many different ways of interpreting this. So I do appreciate the fact that looking at it as a whole, it does reflect a kind of a fairer way of approaching than I've been able to wrap my mind around so far. My specific question is, can you turn to phase 1 for a moment, please? So I would wonder, like with some, you're thinking about phase 1 and phase 2, to me seems like that might be there's some very strong components here, regardless of which, if we choose to go to a certain model different than what you're proposing, or I guess I would say if we chose to go towards either a 100% remote model, 100% remote model or a 100% in-person model, as opposed to hybrid. I guess we will decide that in August. But phase 1 and phase 2 seems to have some really strong components there, regardless of which of the scenarios we go with. Is that something you agree with and something you've thought about as well?
It is definitely something that our members have thought about and definitely agree with, along the lines of even if we're fully remote or if we are in a hybrid model. Currently at this time, our association is not recommending a full all-in-person model, given the state of the virus and the pandemic and what we're seeing and the concerns for what may happen in the fall when all of these college students come back to campus and all of the things that we've all been reading about. So as far as NACE goes, we do agree that this phase-in approach could be and should be used for both an all remote or a hybrid model. But we are not in agreement or recommending in any way an all in-person model.
Sure. So maybe, and you probably said that before, so I just got a little confused, but so is NACE then recommending a hybrid model, this hybrid model, or is NACE, how is NACE leaving the door open for a fully remote model?
So thank you for asking that. So we are recommending this phased-in model, and what phase 3 looks like, we want to be dependent upon science and certain metrics and thresholds that the CDC and other organizations are telling us what is safe. So if we are able to meet those thresholds around rates of the virus in our area, around the HVAC systems and proper ventilation in our buildings, and the full PPE that's required and social distancing, if we're able to meet those thresholds, then, we would be able to entertain going into a hybrid model. And those are things that we would like to, and we're talking with Superintendent Provost about having those safety checks done, both for our students and our staff, because all of this around airborne, the airborne tendencies of this virus is, it's coming out more and more that air ventilation is a huge issue and all of those things. So I think if those thresholds are met, then this hybrid model would be the one that we would like to go with. But if those thresholds can't be met right in the beginning of school, then we would want to stay completely remote until they can. So that, we're not saying, necessarily even, oh, we're going to be remote for the whole year. We would be remote until those metrics and the science tells us it's safe.
Right.
Who knows? Maybe there'll be a vaccine that tells us it's safe, right?
Yeah, we can hope.
We can only hope.
So I think what I'm hearing you saying is that even though these are just a single slide, that you've thought through phase 1, you've thought through phase 2, you're endorsing the idea of going through phase 1 and phase 2, regardless of whatever scenario we go through. At this point, NACE is saying no way fully in person, but you would embrace remote and hybrid, particularly hybrid if the medical evidence, if all the evidence is there to suggest that that is going to be a safe return. And this hybrid model is the one that you currently like the most. Is that right?
Yeah, that about sums it up.
Yeah. Thank you very much again. Appreciate it.
Member Busansky.
Hi, thank you. And thank you, Andrea, for this and NACE. I really like so much of this model. So I like the 2 days on, the O day, the other 2 days, or ABC, I guess it's ABC O day. So I really appreciate it. And I think it is kind of much simpler in a lot of ways, which is also really helpful. I guess my questions revolve around under the hybrid model. So I'm just a little confused on those kind of 3 days that students are remote, just saying we have, go for the AB days. Are they doing any synchronous learning, asynchronous learning? Are they with a teacher? Are they with the same teacher that they were with for let's say Monday, Tuesday?
It could, yes and yes. So the Wednesday day is a time, because that's the online learning time or online work time, that they could possibly have connections with their in-person teacher. But almost if you think about it as having the in-person teacher and a remote teacher. And again, we would have to flesh out the numbers with this, but there is the possibility of having a remote teacher or a remote ESP that could be assisting students while they are home and remote. And then the in-person teacher would be available to check in with them on Wednesdays as well. But on the opposite days, either the Monday, Tuesday, or the Thursday, Friday, depending on when they're not in school, on those days, they could possibly have the option, the availability to have a remote educator that's there to assist them. And whether that's looks like synchronous learning, it could possibly be that. It could be like a check-in office hours type of thing. It could be just, it could be students coming to an open space in the building that, some of our teachers, recommended, oh, we could have these spaces for students that maybe don't have reliable Wi-Fi or need a quiet space to do their work. And they could be able to come into, the library, for example, that might be closed off to the other classes, but just have space spread out so that students could come in and a teacher could be there to help them out with an assignment or an activity that they're working on.
Okay, so if I'm in the A group, let's just say, then on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, am I learning any new material? Am I being held to any kind of attendance standard? I guess that's what I'm trying to understand. And am I with the same teacher I was with on Monday, Tuesday? Let's say I'm in elementary school. I know it's different in middle and high school. Am I with that same teacher on Monday, Tuesday, or is it a different teacher on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? Or it sounds like it might be a different teacher on Thursday, Friday.
Correct. So if you are in the A group, you would be in school on Monday and Tuesday. So let's say you're an elementary student. Let's say you're a third grade student. You're in school on Monday and Tuesday with your in-person teacher. And then on Wednesday, you could possibly work with your in-person teacher if there's something you need to check in about or something you need help with. And then on Thursday and Friday, your in-person teacher is now with the B group. So instead, you might have a remote teacher that you can check in or go to a synchronous class with, or, you know, go to a read aloud, or go and into an office hours to get help. So you are continuing your learning. That was one of the things that some of our teachers mentioned in the public comment, is that, you know, in the springtime, we were instructed to not continue learning while students were remote. So educators basically had their hands tied and were instructed to not teach anything new. If we are remote in the fall, that would not be the case. So we would be teaching new things. A lot of our teachers want to be giving grades, want to have attendance requirements. So it does remain to be seen. And I don't want to pretend to know how each level will work it out, because I think it really is important to have the experts that are the educators at that level to prepare and work it out on how they want to work it. And if they want to, and if it turns out that there's a set class time for synchronous learning, that they would be able to work that out with their remote learning colleague. So that person would then be able to, you know, take over the remote learning, for example. That also would allow for, if, God forbid, a teacher were to get sick, that those colleagues could then take over for each other, and it would allow students to be able to continue their remote time and still be continuing their learning and their activities.
Got it. Great. Thank you. That is very helpful. And I understand it better. I guess, you know, my only concern, and I've been just sitting here just trying to think of it in the moment, but it's hard, but is this kind of that phase 1 and phase 2 will take 4 weeks. And I could, well, I mean, I can echo what Member Levy said, but I think the other thing we're just up against is, you know, and again, I think we have to go with the science, and I agree about having metrics, but assuming that, let's just say we stay at such a low level we're at right now, I think we're more likely to have to go remote after a month or two than we are to have to be remote on day 1 of school. So my feeling is, why is there any way that we can get our students that kind of face-to-face time earlier? And what I love about the check-in phase 2, the meeting with students and their parents, is I think it really speaks to something I've been advocating for a long time, which is parent-teacher conferences, right? Like, let's, but like our parent-teacher conferences in the elementary school, because we don't have any in the middle or high school, I wonder if we can, maybe they could come in, the parent-teacher, the families, students meeting could come in after the first 4 to 6 weeks. And like you said, that's such a critical phase, those 4 to 6 weeks. And so that we could then figure out, kind of pause, figure out how it's going, reassess, learn from it. I don't know. That's just one idea, but that's really my biggest concern, is this kind of 4 weeks to getting off the ground, starting school on, you know, end of September or October 1st, that we're going to face weather. We just are, even though I know how hot it can be at the end of August, and that we're going to just face you know, higher numbers. And by then we're going to have to go remote, and we, you know, will have missed kind of any face-to-face learning time. So,
and it is actually something that a lot of educators were feeling as well. But I think when you weigh the benefits of being able to take that time to thoughtfully plan and prepare for each of our students, I think that those benefits outweigh the anxiousness of wanting to get face-to-face, right? We want to, you know, we want to be careful and thoughtful about it and not rush into something that we can do better if we plan and prepare.
And I agree that planning time is critical. Absolutely. I'm just trying to kind of think outside the box of, is there any other way to work it so that we could make it happen a little faster? That's all. But thank you. It's really great.
So I have several more school committee member hands up. I'm actually going to go to member Goldman because she has not asked a question yet this evening. So I'm going to go to her first and then go back to members who have additional questions. Member Goldman.
Thank you. Andrea, thank you so much for putting this together. There's a lot of things I like about it. Would you please share it with the committee?
Sure.
It would be really helpful to have it to look through since we didn't have it to prepare for the meeting. I really appreciate how you've walked through all of the pieces. I can really vision it, and so that's really helpful when working with these PowerPoint presentations. Could you speak a little bit about I noticed a lot of places where flexibility for teachers' discretion is embedded in the plan, and I appreciate that. I understand where that has its benefits, and just wonder if you could speak a little bit to like when those decisions would be made and how those decisions would be made to some extent. So like would the curriculum follow the curriculum we have that you have contributed so much to that we have online, or the curriculum that we have now? And if teachers wanted to be outdoors, would it be sort of a like part of the day, reserve a conference room space under a tent, or would it be like we're consistently going to be outside? Do you understand what I mean? Because I'm thinking about how the schools and the admin and everything, just orchestrating the movement of bodies to maintain safety and try to keep cross-contamination down. But this is great, thank you.
I think, the discretion of educators definitely, when I say educators, I'm referring to everyone in the building. So that includes the administrators as well. And so, working those things out, I think is a critical piece of this, is having the fewer bodies in the building at the same time, which is why we really think doing this type of model, because it basically cuts in half. And in the case of the high school, it may cut in thirds the amount of students that are actually in the building. And so that allows for some of that flexibility. And I do, teachers would still be following their standards that, are the state frameworks. And, they would be following their curriculum as we have written in the district program, as well as they feel is appropriate during the pandemic. There may be times that, and when I say discretion, it's because the teachers are the experts at it. And so they know what they need to do to teach those state standards, the state frameworks. And so they may or may not be doing the exact same unit that they would be doing if we weren't in this pandemic, right? And I also know that our teachers are working really hard to develop anti-racist curriculum as well. Those things are not in our district curriculum right now, fully anyway. There is components of it, but I think those are things that are going to be added to the curriculum as well. So we are going to be adding and changing, because our curriculum is a living, breathing thing, and it's living and breathing because of the educators that create it and the students that participate in it. So I think the answer is yes, and yes, they're going to be following the state standards, but it may not look exactly like what it, if you had a student in second grade 2 years ago, second grade may look different this year than it did 2 years ago. And that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Right. Thank you very much. That, of course, there's always a space, a margin for the evolution of the curriculum. My other question was, can you speak a little bit about, a lot of people, we've talked about having the opt-out option for educators and for students. And can you talk about sort of in this AAOBB model, this is what it looks like for people who are in the hybrid model, but if we have an active hybrid model and some students aren't in the model, are they connected to an AA class, you know, or is it a separate teacher and a separate thing and that's all online? If you could talk about how that integrates, I'm really interested. Like member Busansky was mentioning about having there be some ease moving from one model to the next, because we anticipate that will need to happen.
Yeah, so the remote, that the idea of for students that are opting to be fully remote, that's going to depend on the numbers, right? If there's only a few students, then they could possibly be integrated into the existing classes and participate in a fully remote way, but not take their days in person. If it's a large number of students, then I think we would have to have educators that are specifically dedicated to their remote learning. And so in that case, I think that would look at to what the needs are of those students. So I think it depends on really how many students, and I agree what someone suggested earlier, and we talked with Dr. Provost about this, about really doing an accurate survey, as accurate as we can, to which families are planning to keep their students completely remote, because that's going to change how we prepare and plan for them. But I think that we could have that flexibility, and we probably have enough teachers that, you know, there may be some teachers that are saying, well, I could go hybrid or I could stay completely remote. And so if the numbers require it, we could then say to them, oh, could you do a remote program, because we have this large group of students that need to be remote as well. I don't anticipate it being a problem kind of fitting those together. And I think the idea of having collaborative teams at each grade level or department, where there can be some remote teachers and some in-person teachers, I think it would make that flow more easily. And something else that we talked about with Ms. Valancourt and Ms. Sheridan at the high school was the idea of keeping the schedule the same, even the hybrid schedule, even if we went fully remote, so that those students that would be in person, maybe that would be their synchronous time if we end up having to be remote.
Okay, thank you so much.
So I've got 4 more hands. Again, I wanted to allow a member who hasn't yet asked a question to ask a question first before I go to follow-up questions. Member Seraphy Cox.
Oh, sorry, it wasn't unmuting for a second. I only have one question. I'm curious if we decide as a district to start off the year fully remote and then move into a hybrid model later in the year, how would that affect this plan? And I guess actually I have 2 questions, because my second question is, I've been doing a bit of thinking about what it would look like if we were either in a hybrid, or I think probably the most realistic is the hybrid model, and there is some in-person learning. And then if there was the need for us to go fully remote again, like from a social emotional standpoint, is that harder to make those in-person bonds with your teacher and your other classmates, only to be ripped away from all of that suddenly if your school gets shut down? And so from that standpoint, is it, I don't know, just like they're both awful, they're both hard, but what would that, maybe a better question is, how could we best prepare for that eventuality? So my 2 questions are, how do we go from remote to this hybrid, and then how do we shut down?
I think you answered your own question, in that they're all not great, right? There's awful and less awful. But I think we could easily be remote, given if we have phase 1 and 2, then we can start the year remote, and then begin this hybrid model when science tells us it's safe to do that. And then we can then increase that face-to-face time as things progress and we get further down the road, and then things become even safer, right? So we can continue in that way. And I think that really we want to have relationships with our students, right? Learning is social. And so I think whether we start out remote or start out hybrid and have to go remote, I think having the opportunity to create those relationships with students and families is really critical. And it's going to hurt no matter what, right? It's going to be hard and challenging and heart-wrenching for everybody. But I think that, you don't keep yourself from loving somebody just because you might have your heart broken, right? I think we still need to make those relationships and love our students as best we can, whether it's fully, remote, or whether it's meeting them and then having to be remote, or vice versa. And I think we all just need to be as gentle and as supportive of each other as we possibly can. And I really think flexibility is the answer to that. I think giving families what they need, whether they need more in person, whether they need more remote, and to stay isolated for their own safety, whatever those needs are, I think it's important for us to find that out as a district. And we're lucky because our schools are manageable enough in size that our educators can do that. And then once we know, we can make the plans that keep everybody as safe as we possibly can. And you're right, there's no easy answer.
Okay, let's go to Member Levy.
Thanks. Just a quick follow-up question. I appreciate you wanting and Nace really thinking about this being rooted in science. And my question is, because of the current science and the current understanding that kids up to age 10 are much less of a risk of transmission, both to other kids and to adults, and kids in middle school middle school there's less data, but high school are much more of a risk. Do you see phase 3 potentially being done in phases? Do you see the potential for elementary schools to be deemed safer earlier because of that science? And I guess I'll say, as I'm asking this question, the concern that I have with this model, while I like it a lot, is that either we're going to go back to high school students being in the building despite the data we have that they're a high risk of transmission, or we're going to hold off on elementary school students going back because of the risk of high school students transmission. And so it's a question of, has there been a conversation about whether the different schools or different age students might start back at different times in terms of in-person?
I think it's all possible. As far as what phase 3 is going to look like, I think as we get closer, we'll know more, right? As we're seeing summer camps happening and sports happening, I think scientists are learning more and more about the young children transmission rates and so forth each day. And so I think it really will depend on the science. And I wouldn't rule out the possibility of having phase 3 being a phase in itself, and whatever way that makes sense, could be something that we definitely talk about. Something that I know our members really stressed was that they didn't want the young children spread out amongst different buildings. And so that's something that I think we would hesitate on. And also the idea of separating grade 6 from the middle school. And, in some of the plans, I know 6th grade was put with the elementary school. And so I think, and a lot of our staff felt like that was not a positive way to go either. So I think those issues would be something that we would want to hold, to keep people in their own building. But I think that whether we phase in phase 3 could be a possibility as we get closer and we know more. But I do think that, even though the rate of transmission is a little bit lower for the younger students, we also know that the younger students have a harder time with the PPE and the social distancing. So those risks are going to be higher for younger students because of they're not able to take the same precautions as the older students can. So even though their transmission may not be the same rate, there is some concern about their ability to stay distant.
Yeah, I'll just slightly push back against that last point, only because I have a daughter who has gone back to preschool, and I was worried about that very thing. Will she be able to keep her mask on? Will she be able to keep distance? Will the teachers be constantly telling them, like spending all their time keeping distance as opposed to actually teaching? And the kids have adapted amazingly well. So I think there's obviously every kid's different, but I think there is the capacity for young kids to adapt pretty quickly.
Okay, Member Condon has another follow-up question.
Thank you, Mayor. Andrea, I just want to circle back to one of the questions that Member Busansky had about the AB, just to make sure I understood what you explained correctly. So to put myself in a teacher's position, if I am teaching a group of kids in front of me in class on an A day, am I then becoming a remote teacher and working with them on the B days, or am I working with a completely different group of kids on the B days and some other teacher is picking up my A kids? So it looks like you're shaking your head.
Second.
Yes, yes.
So the latter. So you would, if you are an in-person teacher, you would have half your class on the A day and the other half your class on the B day.
And then just, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I was just going to say, but you wouldn't be necessarily remote with the B students while you're with the A students. So the B students are home working remotely, and that would either be independently with the assistance of their family, or it would be with the help of a remote educator that is supporting them, whether that's an ESP or another teacher.
And as the in-class teacher, would I be connecting with that remote teacher on the O day to kind of explain what's going on in my class, what my expectations are for the assignment and so forth?
And we'd be collaborating and saying, oh, this child, was really struggling with this assignment, or whatever that may be, and then tweaking and accommodating as needed. So it would almost be like a co-teaching type of model.
Got it. Thank you.
Member Gold has a follow-up question.
Yeah, just a clarification. So today we're voting on the, if I'm not mistaken, we're actually voting on which of the hybrid models to go forward with, not, hybrid in person or fully remote. This hybrid model isn't contingent upon phases 1 and 2, I'd imagine, right? Just to clarify that part. Okay, thanks.
So we want phase 1 and 2 to happen whether we are remote or hybrid.
Right. Okay. And then, so I guess my question is, if for something, I like the ideas of phase 1 and 2, but there's things beyond our control, maybe with that. Without phase 1 and 2 in place, if we can't do phase 1 and 2, this is the hybrid model that NACE would still feels is the best one without phase 1 and 2.
If it were safe to be in person.
Right. Gotcha. All right, thanks. You're muted,
Any
man.
further questions about this presentation? Okay, so now I'll turn it back over to Dr. Provost, who was going to make his presentation.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Andrea, for that presentation. While Annie is putting up the slides for us, I would like to just start by thanking everyone who's participated in the process, leading to what I consider to be the final and best hybrid plan that we can offer. That includes all the teachers who've commented, that includes all the parents who've commented. There have been many issues during my tenure in the Northampton Public Schools that have drawn a lot of public comment, but I would say nothing at all on the scale of this. And high among that group of collaborators who worked on this plan, I'd like to put the NACE Executive Board, who we've exchanged ideas with and been in very close communication over the course of the past 4 months. So we created our working group structure in late April and released our first video in early May. And since that time, we've brought forth 10 initial models, 3 more detailed hybrid models, and this even more detailed hybrid model. It was no exaggeration when I told the Gazette that thousands of personnel hours have gone into the work already. And in the roughly 5 weeks we have left before the first day of school, I'll call it the first day of school rather than the opening of school because I know that still has to be determined. Several thousand more hours will go into preparations for what will be the most challenging beginning of a school year that any of us on this call has ever experienced. Every aspect of our system has been disrupted. In the spring, we were forced to create a viable plan for maintaining continuity of operations in a matter of hours. That's the model that was referred to earlier in this meeting as crisis teaching. The coronavirus continues to exert its disrupting influence, but since this spring, we've been able to stockpile PPE, reconfigure classrooms, and begin a process of slowly returning staff and students to the schools. This puts us in a different position than we were in the spring. Prior to the emergence of the virus, our only model was fully in person. And then once infections began in Massachusetts, our only feasible option was fully remote. Now, because we're in a different place, we have the opportunity to consider a third way, which is hybrid learning. And that's what I'm here to discuss tonight. So Annie, if you could advance the slide. Thank you. This plan takes into account several general principles that have emerged from previous conversations. These include maintaining a 6-foot social distance for students and staff, making the model as simple as possible, prioritizing young learners for in-person instruction, and having a scalable plan. Like other aspects of our transition to the new normal, this plan proceeds in phases. Just like the overall plan to reopen Massachusetts, we can pause, slow down, reverse, or accelerate the return to in-person instruction based upon conditions within our schools and the surrounding community. This plan also provides a practical mechanism for us to transition students and staff between remote and in-person instruction so that we can adjust our staff in response to community demands. That's really important. As I was listening to Andrea field your questions, I can say that we've looked at the issue of transitioning staff and students from one status to another in depth, and it's a very tricky process. And we've actually thought through how to do that. We've thought through how to figure staffing for both a remote option and in-person instruction in a hybrid model, which is something that we support in this model. But that also is administratively extremely demanding, and we have a very concrete approach to figuring out how many students would be needed and how many staff would be needed for remote instruction within this model. We also expect, just as we've heard on this call tonight, that there will be families who are eager for children to return to school buildings for face-to-face instruction, and there will also be families who want an alternative to face-to-face instruction throughout part or all of the period where COVID-19 is still in the region. And so this plan provides a very concrete way of providing for all of those needs. The next slide. There's been a lot of discussion of metrics, and our plan is very specific on the metrics that we're looking at. From the outset, I want to make it abundantly clear that the nonsense being promulgated at the federal level has absolutely no bearing on our thinking about the possibility of restarting school. Since the beginning of this crisis, I've maintained a regular meeting schedule with our public health director. We begin each meeting by reviewing state and local data for several key metrics. At this time, everything is trending in the right direction in Massachusetts. However, this could change at any time. At one point, California was seen as a model for an effective response to the virus. Unfortunately, they have seen reversals. The same thing could happen here, which is why we are preparing to restart school either in a fully remote or in a hybrid status, depending on the information that's forthcoming in the next several weeks. In addition to the public health information, we're also gathering data on the performance of our building systems, so that because they play a key role in keeping students and staff safe. Specifically, commissioning agents will be spending 10 days over the course of the next 2 weeks to conduct comprehensive testing of our ventilation systems. As we also heard in public comment tonight, DESE has also released a set of guidelines based on CDC recommendations for handling potential COVID-19 outbreaks in the schools. Under the guidelines, we will closely monitor any staff or student cases in our schools. If there's more than one confirmed COVID-19 case in students or staff, or if there's a series of single cases in a short time span, we'll work with the health department to determine if it is likely that there's transmission happening in school. If there is suspected in-school transmission beyond a cohort or a small cohort, number of cohorts, we'll work with the health department to determine the next steps, which could include closing a school for an entire, for a short period of time or for a longer period of time. Our technology team is already preparing plans for short-term school closures and long-term school closures. And before making a final decision, we will consult with DESE as required in the guidance. However, I believe that that is really much more a notice process than a true consultation, because our goal is to maintain the safety of our students and staff. And we are going to do what our local health department determines is best. And for those of you who haven't had the opportunity of being on these daily calls with Meredith, I can tell you, she takes the responsibility of keeping the residents of Northampton safe extremely seriously. And I'm very confident in the decisions that she would guide us in regarding school closure. And to go back to the comment that we heard, I believe was first in the night, I believe that we would likely be in a much more protective stance than the stance that I just read to you, which is the current guidance from the Department of Education, which itself is based on CDC guidance, which we do think is a very legitimate source of information about how to keep our population safe. Okay, so here is our recommended simple, scalable hybrid model. To determine classroom capacities, we used an open source modeling program from Canon Design. Based upon actual classroom dimensions and the desired social distance parameter, the software calculates maximum classroom capacity and optimum student seating arrangements for each individual classroom. The program reserves space for the teacher's desk, and an additional buffer zone along one wall of the classroom so the teacher can move back and forth without encroaching on any student's 6-foot social distance zone. The classroom capacities listed in the upcoming slides are based on the process that was painstakingly replicated in every single instructional space in our district. The next step in our process was to arrange classrooms to best match the projected fall enrollments in each school and grade. Where possible, we maintain the current classroom configurations to minimize disruption. In most cases, we've had to increase the number of instructional spaces to accommodate social distancing. Detailed floor plans for each school have been developed. The floor plans themselves contain a level of tactical information that is not appropriate to discuss publicly, so for security reasons, we've redacted the floor plans from this presentation, but we will be going through the capacities for each of the rooms. One unexpected outcome of this process is that I now understand the physical plans in our district like never before. I can see how construction choices made years ago impact the functioning of our buildings. Some schools, such as the high school in Bridge Street, have lots of small classrooms. Others, like Jackson Street and JFK and Leeds, have fewer, larger classrooms. I've also come to admire the design of Ryan Road, which has a mix of small classes and large classes that provide the maximum of flexibility and really was, I think, the best design for dealing with the current crisis we're facing. So moving on, I would just like to highlight this statement from the DESE's July 9th memorandum on special education. Students with disabilities, particularly preschool age students and those with significant and complex needs, should be prioritized for receiving in-person instruction during the 2020-2021 school year. These students should receive as much in-person instruction as is feasible within the health and safety parameters in effect at each time. Even if schools and districts are operating in a hybrid or remote model, educators and administrators must make every effort to continue to provide up to full-time in-person instruction for such students. So our plan, in accordance with this guidance, seeks to prioritize historically marginalized students for in-person instruction. As DESE's July 9th memorandum on special education makes absolutely clear, students with disabilities should receive as much in-person instruction as is feasible in a hybrid model. And even if all the rest of the students in the district are participating in fully remote instruction, students with disabilities should still be prioritized for in-person instruction. The same memorandum goes on to define that those with significant and complex needs as students who cannot engage in remote learning due to their disability-related needs, students who primarily used aided or augmentative communication, students who are homeless, students in foster care or congregate care, and or students duly identified as English learners. Some have raised concerns that prioritizing these students for in-person instruction is potentially stigmatizing. To me, those concerns are compelling if there are no other students in the building. In our hybrid plan, these students will receive more in-person instruction, but there will also be significant numbers of non-disabled, non-English learners present at the same time. We think it's important to reduce the stigma and to avoid any appearance of using our students with the highest needs to test the safety of in-person instruction for the rest of the student population. The second factor mitigating any potential stigmatization is that the invitation to return to school with preferential status for in-person instruction is just that, an invitation. It's not a demand or a form of compulsion. These students' caregivers can opt to continue remote learning just as anyone else can within our plan. And that's an important feature of this plan. As we've been framing the task around developing a fully remote, a fully in-person, and hybrid options for the fall, but we also need plans that are flexible enough to accommodate requests to have individual families remain fully remote, even if we are fully in-person or in the hybrid model. We need to be able to scale the model in response to family requests. This plan allows us to do that, as I will explain shortly. And going back again to public comment, I would say that I also am concerned with what I'm seeing in social media and what I'm hearing in phone calls to our office about parents thinking that homeschooling is the only option. We want to make sure that we can keep families engaged if they're concerned about sending their students back to school, through remote learning as opposed to homeschooling, because we think that it will allow them to transition back more smoothly when we are able to offer education in a way that is more comforting to those families. So let's talk about elementary. It's been said many times tonight that the model may have to look different at different levels, and ours certainly does. So in addition to prioritizing high-need students for in-person instruction, our plan also prioritizes elementary students. We recommend a phased reentry as a way of planning for the unforeseen. To this point, our planning has been entirely on paper. As every educator in this Zoom meeting knows, there are theory to practice gaps and there are planning to execution gaps. And we're attempting something that's never done before. In fact, we're trying to do two things that have never been done before, which is reopening school with social distancing and also providing a simultaneously running remote school. We can't possibly know the weaknesses in our plan until we put them to the acid test of implementation. And it'll be much easier for us to effectively respond to problems that may come up with our protocols if we start with a small number of students. As we learn and improve routines for the post-COVID era, we will gain valuable experience that will let us safely accommodate larger groups of students. The process has already begun with our summer program. What we are learning from that experience is the importance of clearly defined and clearly communicated expectations for every individual accessing the space. We will use what we have learned from the small-scale summer programs to refine our protocols for the first students to return in the fall. And in each phase, we will have the opportunity to test our systems and practices with graduated additional pressures that reveal the need for further refinements, but don't threaten to overwhelm the system. And if we don't feel ready for the next phase, if we start to see disease transmission in our schools or in the community, we can always slow down, pause, or even reverse the reentry. Conversely, if things go better than expected, we could speed things up. We believe that reopening schools will require a staffing surge to address the needs of our most vulnerable students and catch up on assessment backlogs that have been growing during the shutdown. We recommend adding an additional special educator to each school. Because any students who display potential COVID-19 symptoms at school must immediately be isolated, we are also recommending an additional nurse be added to each school. And because we are splitting classes into multiple nearby rooms to maintain social distancing, we recommend adding an additional ESP for every student grouping, every new student grouping that is created for the purpose of social distancing. To provide sufficiently large spaces for special teachers to meet with their groups at the elementary schools, we are also recommending a tent for each elementary school. The total cost of the additions for elementary, middle, and high school by the end of the phase-in period is approximately $32,000 a week. I know that's a large figure, but I think of it as an absolute minimum needed to resume in-person instruction in any form. And I think this is the time when we have the maximum leverage to demand greater funding for public education. So instead of pretending that a pre-COVID budget will suffice to allow us to reopen schools, I think we need to spend as the moment requires so that we can maintain students and staff safety while resuming in-person instruction, and advocate that we get the additional funding that we need in order to open schools safely. So moving on to the room capacities. Here you see the Bridge Street capacity and configuration. And here's where you really see the impact of smaller classroom design at Bridge Street School. I knew that there were some smaller classes at Bridge Street as one of the people who helped move furniture from one classroom to another a couple of years ago over a space issue. I realized that was a concern, but it never really hit me because I didn't have this display of data before. So with social distancing at 6 feet, no classroom at Bridge can accommodate more than 11 students. This is the one school where we may run into some space issues depending on the number of parents who elect to continue remote learning. We do have some options if that becomes an issue, but as you'll see, the classrooms at Bridge Street are much smaller than those in other schools, which creates an additional level of challenge for planning at Bridge Street. So moving on to Jackson Street, you can see the classes are larger. They're running anywhere from 13 to 20. Social distance at 6 feet. Moving on to Leeds. There's a mix, but also several larger classes, several that can hold 17 or 15. We have one that can fit 18. And then moving on to Ryan Road, can see that we have a lot of larger classes there, and also a mixture of small classes, which just happen to provide a really good solution to trying to educate students in a socially distanced way for that particular school. So let's talk about the option for families who wish to remain remote. As we developed this plan, we were able to design a concrete administrative process for making the transition from hybrid to fully remote and accommodating those families. So as I said earlier, it's not really the challenge of creating 3 models, it's the challenge of creating 4 models, because we have fully remote, fully in-person, and hybrid, and both the fully in-person and the hybrid need us to create a 4th model, which is for families who wish to remain remote. So we will be in the process of standing up 2 brand new systems of education and trying to run them simultaneously in the fall if we're in a hybrid model or a fully remote model. To address the question of whether families will be surveyed again, the answer is yes, and it's going to be more than a survey. It's going to be direct person-to-person calling from our schools, where we're going to ask families to make a good faith commitment to either committing to returning their child to school or committing to not return their child to school and have them continue in a remote learning model, because we'll be making staffing decisions based on what they tell us. We have integrated that second system of support, which is the system of support for families who wish to remain fully remote, into this slide, so I'll walk you through it in a minute. Actually, I'll walk you through it right now. So our plan is to have every student assigned to a classroom teacher. This is even families who tell us from the beginning that they wish to remain remote, because we know they may change their mind at some point over the course of the year. So we feel it's important for them to be assigned to a classroom teacher. And since we're recommending a phase-in, all families except those in the initial wave of students would be remote anyways for the first several weeks of school. So if a family has told us they wish to remain remote, when their student is scheduled to begin in-person instruction, they would be transferred to a class for remote students. We would know how many classes for remote students and when to bring them online based on the results of our commitment letters. It might be necessary to transfer some students to a different in-person class to balance class sizes, but we will know exactly what the need is when we begin communication with families about their plans for the fall. The number of remote classes will depend entirely on the number of families who opt to continue remote learning when in-person instruction begins, and we'll be able to perfectly match the number of teachers we have teaching remotely with the community demand for remote education. And then families wishing to return to in-person instruction, which we expect may happen in the course of the year, will then be transferred to an in-person class when they return to school. This may not be the original class we would essentially be treating it as a new enrollment within the school. We also have, had some discussions, or I've had some discussions with principals about, how many times could families change their mind. We're going to ask that families try to commit and be as true to their commitment as possible, because every time we have to readjust staffing and readjust class sizes will create a disruption throughout the system. So before leaving the section on elementary school, I'd just like to touch briefly on adjustments to the school schedule that would be needed due to reduced transportation capacity with social distancing. I went over this last week, but this remains the same, and I just want to say it again. Elementary schools would have a normal day, with the exception that 2 will start 15 minutes earlier and 2 will start 20 minutes later. So the 2 early schools that we've designated are Bridge Street and Jackson Street. So their start and end day would just be pushed up 15 minutes. The 2 later elementary schools would be Leeds and Ryan Road. So the start and end times would just be pushed back 20 minutes. And again, that's to accommodate the fact that we can't transport the same number of students in a socially distanced bus as we can in a traditional bus. And due to the shortage of drivers, we can't expand the number of buses that we have available in the district. Okay, so moving on to middle school. The middle school also has a phased reentry. I'm just going to walk you through this table. So each week something slightly different is happening, but you can think of it as as really a 3-phase process. So we begin with the high needs students identified in the July 9th memorandum and grade 6, following in, I have AAXBB schedule, but it's the same thing that Andrea was showing in the AAOBB schedule. So all of that is the same. All of the questions and answers that you were directed towards the AAOBB schedule that Andrea presented apply to this as well. So grade 7 and 8 would stay remote. We would use the first week of the time when 6th graders were there. On the Wednesday, the O day or the X day would be an orientation for grade 7 A group. And the second week on the Wednesday, we would do an orientation for 7B. This is because we're going to have a lot of new procedures for students to learn. We want them to have the opportunity to get some direct instruction in the procedures and an opportunity to practice before they actually come in. So then in the second phase, which begins week 3, grade 7 joins the AABB schedule and grade 8 remains remote. We do a similar process with grade 8 over the next 2 weeks, bringing group 8A in on the next week for orientation and group 8B in on the following week for orientation. And then in the 6th week, the 8th grade joins the AABB schedule. And these numbers you see represent the daily attendance. So by grade 6, we have, or week 6 rather, we have 100% of our students participating in the AABB schedule, with the exception that some of the students, or I would say all of the students in the high needs category would be going AAOBB. But so in spite of the fact that we have 100% of the students in person instruction in some format, we wouldn't have more than 68% of the buildings, 68% of the students in the building on a single day. When we calculate the social distance space within the school, we can hold about 75% of our current students at 6-foot separation. So that gives us a buffer there of about 7% in case there were any miscalculations. So the instructional day at JFK would start at 7:55 and would end at 1:55. So let's now talk about how we would support remote option for, actually, before we get to that, I'll talk about reconfiguration, sorry. And if you could just go to the next. So here are the grade capacities by grade and team. As I said, we have room for approximately 75% of our students in a social distance space. Because we are keeping that buffer of that 7% between 68 and 75%, we really don't have to make a lot of changes in terms of classroom configuration to make this model work. The main change is that we would designate rooms 108 to 112 as teacher workrooms. We recommend this change because we want to have teachers rotate through classes in pods rather than having students switch classes between periods. We think this will reduce contact in between classes and will be a safer situation for both students and staff because it takes out one potential place where disease transmission could occur. But in order to do that, we need to create spaces for teachers to call their own and to be able to work during their prep periods because someone else will be moving into their room as teachers work through the pods. So we make rooms 108 to 112 teacher workrooms for this model. Okay, so now to the support for remote learning. So as is the case with our elementary plan, the support for families who opt to continue remote learning will be based on responses to our family commitment process for fall classes. Again, every student would be scheduled on a team. The teams would be constructed of core academic teachers, special education teachers, exploratory, phys ed, and world language teachers. Students who opt for remote learning would then be transferred into a remote learning pod when their classes came into the building and would follow the same schedule as their peers doing in-person learning. So we would have a group of teachers assigned to do the remote learning with the students who had designated the wish to continue remote learning on the days when they would normally be scheduled to be in school. And then for the other days, the days that they're already scheduled to be remote, they would stay with their original class and be doing the same thing that class is doing. If a student opts to return to in-person learning, they'll be rescheduled into an in-person grouping on the same team. This will ensure continuity of learning from staff who have already built relationships with students. Similarly, students who've been part of in-person learning and opt into remote learning will remain on the same team, but be scheduled into a remote learning group. The number of remote learning classes, as I said, will depend on the number of families who opt to continue remote learning when instruction begins. So now looking at the high school. In the high school, the phase-in is simpler still. At the high school, our phase-in is accomplished by transitioning from a 3-group rotation to a 2-group rotation. For the first 6 weeks, the high school classes are divided into thirds, with 1/3 having in-person instruction each day, along with the students who are prioritized for in-person instruction. About 50% of the students would be in the school on any given day. Beginning on the 7th week, we would switch to an AABB schedule. On the A and B days, about 2/3 of the students would be in the building. The next slide shows what a high school schedule would look like. One of the benefits of this model is we've modified this start time to 9 a.m. This would allow us to achieve the long thought goal of a later start time for a high school. Teachers would still report at 7:30, but the first hour and 15 minutes would be for preparation, collaboration, and professional development. Then students would go through their 4 blocks. Lunch and flex block would take place at the end of the day from 1:15 to 2 o'clock. Looking at room capacities, to the next slide. Again, we believe that even with social distancing, we could accommodate 90% of our students. We're not coming close to 90% of the students. So we're again able to avoid doing major reconfiguration of the high school. And this is another place where we really see how some design choices that were made a long time ago are constraining us in the current setting. Most of the math classes, for example, can only hold 9 students with 6-foot distancing. As a result, most math teachers can only meet with 27 students a day, which is in some cases not that different from what a single class was prior to the shutdown. So that becomes a real significant constraint. For students at the high school who want to opt for remote learning, they will be enrolled in Ingenuity. Ingenuity is a product that we've been using for years as our credit recovery model. It's not as good as live instruction, but we've decided for several years that it's met our standards for awarding high school credit. We will be able to direct students to Edgenuity substitutes for all courses in our course catalog, including AP classes. Students will be able to switch during the second semester, and they'll receive credit for any courses they complete using Edgenuity. However, they would not be able to enroll in a sequential course for the spring semester if the prerequisite Edgenuity course was still incomplete. Just as they would with a live class, they would have to complete the prerequisite course prior to enrolling in the next sequential live class. And so one of the things that I would just want to say in closing about the high school is one of the things that makes this level different than the high school and different again than the middle school is at the high school you have to think in terms of courses rather than teams or grades. And when you think in terms of courses, it really constrains a number of variables, which is why we are saying Ingenuity is the option for remote learning. I do think that one thing I would differ with NACE on in terms of the AABB model is I don't think that we will be able to provide live support for all students on the days that they're not in school, because those teachers will be with another group of students. The same teachers who have the A students on Monday and Tuesday will be teaching the B students on Thursday and Friday. We may be able to provide some support to some students with support staff, but unless you double the number of teachers, I don't think there's a way to have the teachers supporting half as many students and still meeting every student every day. So I just point that out. And I do think it's a reality. We've looked at this several times, and I don't think there's any way around that. In closing, I would just urge your support for this model as our hybrid option. It allows us to prioritize historically marginalized groups and young students who the science supports are able to participate in in-person instruction more safely. It gives families options to choose what's best for their children. It can be scaled based on community demand, and it can change over time in response to the ever-changing status of the coronavirus. After thousands of hours spent measuring the classrooms, building the transportation schedules, designing lunch mobilization strategies, all while monitoring state recommendations, CDC guidance, and respecting the collective bargaining agreement, as well as incorporating the numerous suggestions we've received from all quarters, we believe this is the best hybrid option we have to offer. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Provost. I'll now again turn to questions from members of the school committee. Member Condon, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Provost, thanks for all your work on putting another plan together to present to us. I have two specific questions and then kind of a general question. My first question, or both of my specific questions, relate to the high school. The first one, why do you shift from an ABC model for the first 6 weeks to an AB model in week 7? What's the thinking?
It's just to provide a slower ramp up. Again, the philosophy is to try to start with a smaller number of students, knowing that we probably have some blind spots in our plan, and it'll be easier to address those blind spots with a smaller group of students than with a larger group of students.
Okay. And then my second question, the remote learners, they'll be using that program Ingenuity. Will they have any connection whatsoever to teachers, staff members, other students in the district, or are they just going to be continued, just connected with Ingenuity?
One of the big questions that is coming up right now is how we provide counseling services to students who are remote. I'm not talking about adjustment counseling, but guidance counseling, which is key to the high school level. So I think the guidance department would probably be the key point of contact for students who are fully remote. They would be, I would expect them to be checking in with them on their progress and the Ingenuity, and also having the conversations about if they're feeling comfortable about returning to school in the spring, making sure that they've completed the courses they need to on Ingenuity, and also assisting them with the proper course selections for the spring. So I think it would be the guidance department who I would see as the main point of contact for the fully remote students.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question, since we just saw it tonight and I don't have it in front of me to compare, you've had some time. Could you speak to the primary differences between what NACE presented to us tonight and what you presented to us tonight? Are there any big points that you feel are diverging from one another?
I think there are 3 main differences. Our the model that I just presented has in-person instruction begin for students at a quicker pace. We start with in-person instruction for at least our high need students and some non-high need students right off the bat, and slowly build. The other difference is we explicitly call out who we were identifying as our high need students and make sure that they are given priority. Again, it's an invitation, not a demand, but given priority space within the models for in-person instruction. And the third difference is that it provides more in-person instruction for young learners. At the middle and high school, when you get to week 6, the 2 models are very similar, if not identical. But those other changes are important, especially initially, and especially at the elementary level.
I think many of us saw some big advantages to the first 2 phases in NACE's plan. Where do you envision that work happening? You know, the professional development, the connection with the families. How do you see that piecing into your plan?
So, as was said earlier, there's been some discussion. This hasn't been any type of agreement yet, but there's been some discussion of sort of front loading some of our professional or teacher work days within the calendar year so that we can do professional development early. If that's something that the membership is supportive of, it's something that I certainly would be supportive. It's a way of doing that at a most economical way possible, and also in a way that doesn't disrupt teachers and other staff members' summer schedules. In terms of the other work around meeting with families and phasing them in, we think that the phase-in actually provides some options that may be desirable for that. We agree that that's important work, but by phasing in students, we're able to use that additional time in the other 4 weeks for students who aren't starting yet to have those kinds of conversations, either remotely or in person. We're not saying that students and teachers who are not in the scheduled phase-in ban would be banned from the building. So we certainly could make those meetings take place while those students are waiting to come into the enrollment for in-person instruction. The other thing that I think is a major benefit is it allows us to really have a way of focusing on determining each student's individual needs. We have talked about, and you know from our discussions on the superintendent evaluation meeting, we've talked about the need to quickly assess all of our students because it's been so long since any teachers have seen them. And it may be much easier to deal with 1 or 2 grades at a time rather than having a waiting period and then having all the students back and having to assess them all at the beginning of the 6 weeks. So we agree that that's an important part of this process. We feel that it is also possible within our model. And in fact, we think there are some ways in which our model could facilitate that even possibly better than the NACE model. But we don't disagree that that's an important need.
Thank you, Dr. Provost.
Member Gold.
Yeah, first, 2 things briefly. One, I mean, I know that there was a hope that we were going to vote on this today. Seeing that we have 2 new plans in front of us and knowing that usually with the members, we'd like to hear from constituents like the teachers and parents or any constituency prior to voting on something. So getting us that opportunity, I think, would be important. And so I'd like to suggest that we do haven't, you know, we could do a Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday meeting next week and vote on the plan then, rather than, you know, it is 9:15 right now and then just doing too much chatter about it and then still not coming to something. So I'd love for us all to consider that as a school committee. Like, can we, you know, get our questions answered as needed tonight, but consider voting on it Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday after we have a chance to hear from the relevant constituents on these 2 plans. That's one part. And I guess it's a question like that. Am I correct on understanding that we could do that, Dr. Provost? Because if I'm not mistaken, I did hear that Amherst is voting on theirs, just as an example, next week, even though the deadline is the 30th or whatever it is, 31st.
I could be wrong about this meeting is voting on Thursday. But you're correct that the deadline is the 31st.
Okay. And then the second part is I'd be concerned with a new part that is concerning that I heard today was the part about getting the good faith commitment from families. I think families are, if we design a plan based on that, I think we're setting ourselves up for a troublesome situation. Sort of like what you're saying is that if every change is going to have a big shift. And I think parents' ability to commit is going to be based on, you know, the proof is in the pudding kind of thing. And they're going to see the plan and it would, you know, I would feel uncomfortable telling you something as a parent. And then I see the plan. I'm like, you know what? No way I'm pulling my kid. Or, you know what? I want my kid to jump in. I want my daughters to jump into the school. You know what I mean? Like I couldn't give you that commitment as a parent. And so that I would do one and not want the other based on what I saw. And so I just think that's, you know, when you do make those calls to families, I think that I don't think we should design a plan based on that feedback. We should design a plan that has the capacity to flex without needing to change everything if we have 10% more kids or 20% more kids in another direction. So those are my 2 things right now for that.
So I would just say on the second item, what you just described is consistent with good faith to me. You know, if someone reported to us, we're leaning towards in person, but we want to see how this goes first. You know, we think maybe in October or November. That's something we can work with. What we can't work with is, you know, decisions changing on a weekly basis.
And I guess that's my thinking is we should have a plan that can adjust to that, because whether it's for health reasons, for the like, you know what I mean? Like there seems to be a need that doesn't depend on that consistency, you know, that we have a consistent model that works. And then if student attendance is inconsistent, our model doesn't shift because it's really hard to change the system, as you were saying. And so I would just, yeah, that's my thinking on that. But I totally get what you're saying on wanting that.
Okay, Member Kaufman.
Thank you, Dr. Provost, for your presentation. I had a few quick questions, but before I ask, I will say that I agree with Member Gold. I think it's the intention is great to reach out to parents, but it's such a catch-22, right? I mean, they just kind of need a plan to make a choice, and we need their thinking in order to make a plan. So I would encourage us to really think through that, and maybe there's a better way, but I appreciate your desire to get that, absolutely. A couple of quick questions. What if we reach agreement tonight or before the 31st? Clearly, I think we need to reach an agreement for not only purposes to submit to DESE, but I think at the heart of this, we're really responding to all the work that's been put in. It's likely to be the plan that one of the three options we're gonna move forward with, the hybrid model that you've presented tonight, or some variation of such, and obviously the remote and the in-person. So my question is, what happens if we submit this to DESE and we want to change it? Do you envision that being an issue?
So you are asking a question, again, that I have no experience with because we're making this up. I can tell you from the requirement for the initial submission, which is the one that's due at the end of the month, they're not asking for a lot of detail at this point. That's 5 questions, I think. It's 400 words or less on each of the questions. So I think that leaves us a lot of opportunity to make course corrections. I also think that if you were to select this model, we would continue to work on ways to tweak it and make it better as we have all along. It would just give us enough of a basis to know which direction we were heading in for the remote option. Would also give families the ability to know what they were saying yes or no to when we asked them, do you want to send your kids back or not?
Okay, good answer, thank you. I was hoping you'd say that, even though you don't know. It makes a lot of sense. So we're kind of, whatever we agree to certainly is open to change. We haven't decided which of the 3 scenarios we're gonna move forward with. But since DESE is asking for sort of minimal detail, this would give the groups that are working on this to kind of a foundation for what to work off of, but it certainly will be tweaked and redesigned as necessary, not only because there's levels of detail that could be filled in, but things are changing very rapidly. So it's my understanding that the state wants us to delay announcement until August. Do you understand what their position is there in terms of why they're asking school districts to delay their announcement of their plans?
I don't know. I don't really know. I think it is to see if the metrics continue to trend in the right direction or if we see a change. We just entered phase 3 in Massachusetts, and so that could cause our infection rate to change. It usually takes a couple of weeks for that to show up. So my best guess is that DESE wants to wait and see what the statewide trends look like and wants school committees to have the ability to see what the trends look like in their area before making the final commitment.
Yeah, okay. And just one last question / comment. I know tonight we were really focused on the hybrid model, although I think NACE's phase 1 and phase 2 kind of is an overarching sort of idea that many of us enjoyed, and I think that trust that we can fit that in accordingly. But I also do hope that our fully remote model is shared soon and that it contains more specific detail, such as what the various community members and educators shared with us tonight. Things that I think we need to find out more about are structured ways to bring students together with their teachers and with others. I'm really excited by that prospect. I think there's many ways we can do that I think parents need to know about in their decision making. I think we discussed further supporting teachers' ability to get professional development and training so that it can offer what we were calling enhanced remote teaching and instruction. I don't know where we landed on that. I assume some of that PD is happening now, but I don't really know. So again, I think there's a sense that this is going to look like it looked in the spring, and yet I don't think that sense is accurate. I mean, if without further information, people might be falsely thinking that that's true. And I firmly believe what the educators have shared, what you've shared with us, is that we're talking about an enhanced remote learning model. And I think that's fair and necessary for families to understand that in their thinking. And we also haven't, as far as I know, we haven't really discussed the strategies or heard from you the strategies we feel will be effective in engaging the, I think we discussed 20% or more of students that were just not participating at all in the spring. So a remote model needs to discuss these things. It needs to, I don't know if our plan for DESE needs to include that, but I think our plan needs to. And so while as much as I greatly, greatly appreciate the work that we're doing on the most complex piece, the hybrid model, I would appreciate more information on the fully remote model next. And I think that would be helpful both in terms of our questions that we can pose to you to kind of work out details, but I also think it's going to be important for parents to make that decision if we're asking them to choose what their desires are going to be in the fall to get more information on what remote will really look like. So thank you again for your presentation tonight, and that's all I have.
You're welcome.
Member Fallon.
Thanks. Thank you, Dr. Provost, for presenting yet another option to us. I know how hard you've been working. I have to say, well, you know, because I've spoken to you, I have a serious concern about the remote option at the high school. And we're saying that we're going to prioritize our historically marginalized populations and our most high needs students. But I feel like by virtue of having no in-person contact for it, like the remote option being Edgenuity, that that may have a really inequitable effect on certain students. The Commonwealth Magazine article had listed that Black and Latino families have significantly less confidence in the safe school reopenings. I know Holyoke School Committee met last evening and they had surveyed their families. And it's pretty startling, the results of their survey, that only 22% of Spanish-speaking families felt comfortable with the in-person learning option. And then I know even Springfield has recently done a survey and 30% of their families are opting out. And so I'm wondering twofold. One is, how do you make sure that we're not disproportionately impacting exactly those students that you want to prioritize by not having a remote option that functions in the same way that the elementary and middle school options do, with support from students and FaceTime with them, whether through synchronous learning or otherwise? And B, if we were to survey families again, which I actually do think is really valuable to find out how many families are willing to return in person, if you found that our numbers were indeed significantly higher of families choosing the remote option, would that allow for you to offer a different remote option at the high school?
So there's a lot there. Let me try to get the pieces and let me know if I'm missing anything. I think the most important part of addressing the potential disproportionality or disparate impact of our remote option is to see what the responses to the commitment process is. If we see that there is a strong difference in the group that is choosing to remain remote and the group that's choosing to remain in person, then that presents an issue that we need to address. We won't have that information until we ask the question, though. The only piece that we have to go on right now is this small scale that we've been doing, which is our special education summer program. And that's a very at-risk population that in some places has shown a concern about returning to school. That hasn't been our experience in Northampton. We've been overwhelmed with the response of families who have taken us up on the invitation to return to learning over the summer. Students with disabilities who've returned to in-person learning over the summer, to the extent that we're having trouble scheduling enough personnel hours to serve all their needs. So that may not continue to be our experience. If it does continue to be our experience, then we'll have to address that. The other option that we have for support, which we haven't discussed yet, is the flex block, which is in this schedule. You know, we do have the agreement from the Joint Labor Management team to move forward with flex blocks. At one point, I was thinking, there's no way we're going to be able to add one more piece onto all the rest of the new things we're trying to do for the fall. But I'm convinced now that the flex block for the high school provides a really important safeguard for some of those issues. I should have mentioned when I was talking about the guidance staff being a point of contact for students who choose to remain fully remote, in response to Member Condon's question, that students will still be scheduled for a flex block. And one of the things that we have been discussing is allowing students who are fully remote students to still come in to get support remotely during their flex block with their flex block teachers. Did I skip anything?
No, I think that was everything other than the concerns that have been raised about Edgenuity. I mean, if you Google it, it's a little bit worrisome.
So I will repeat what I said before. I don't think it's as good as in-person instruction, but it is a product that we have a track record with that we feel satisfied meets our standards. We've awarded, you know, scores, if not hundreds of students, their high school credit based on their completion of Edgenuity courses. So that's why we feel comfortable with that option.
Okay, thank you.
Member Voss.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you. I understand a lot of work has gone into this, and I'm going to start with a few general things, and then I have a few specific questions. As I'm formulating my thoughts, I think I just want to put out, it seems really unrealistic that we're going to start with a hybrid model of kids going to school for the first few weeks for a lot of reasons. I understand tonight's job is to write something for the state for a hybrid model. And for that reason, and some more that I'm going to talk about for a minute, I really hope that we can bring together ideas in these two proposals. So Dr. Provost, you know, you ended by asking us to please vote for your proposal because you worked really hard on it with so many people, and I fully appreciate that. But I also think there's a lot we can learn from other perspectives. And if I'm sitting here trying to put both of these together, something that's really attractive about what Andrea presented is the first 2 weeks, letting the teachers figure out what the heck they're doing after kids haven't learned in the same way for so long. I'm not going to repeat it. There's all sorts of reasons for it. I agree it would be wonderful if they could do that before the beginning of September, but I think logistically it just doesn't work. And the other thing this does is it lets us see how this virus is progressing. So I just don't see the risk being worth trying to get students back in the buildings the first 2 weeks. And as part of the hybrid model for both safety and for supporting our educators in a way that's going to enable them to have the most successful school year, I feel like we need to bring some of these things together. And I would really strongly recommend that we listen to the phase 1 at least. I guess my question following up on that, and I asked Andrea and she didn't know the answer, so I'll ask you in terms of this proposal that I do have more questions on. How many actual classroom teachers and ESPs, say at the elementary, the middle, and the high school, contributed specifically to these ideas, not through emails, but as part of a working group that worked on them?
So I can provide the committee with a list of the working groups. I've provided that to NACE many times. I'm not exactly sure what the number of classroom teachers is. As Andrea said in comments, I don't know if it was in this meeting or another meeting we were in, that there are a lot of Unit A members, but not all the Unit A members are classroom teachers. And I know that was a little bit of a concern, which we tried to address by adding more classroom teachers as well as ESPs. You know, I would just say in comparison of the two models in terms of what has actually had more input locally, I would make the argument that it's this model, because this is the model that we've been discussing locally for months. And the other model, as Andrea said, is the model that's being presented statewide. And in fact, it was one of the models that I had presented, as Member Gold pointed out, way back in the beginning of this process, as sort of a generalized model. I think what you've seen in what I presented tonight were the more fine level of detail that you need to get into figuring out what a model actually would have to look like to work, and also trying to accommodate all the feedback that we've heard from so many different sources. You know, one of the concerns that we heard, or that I heard from an elementary teacher as recently as last week, was wanting to have more detail provided about how they would be able to supervise students who would be in separate classes. So that was added tonight in response to that. So this has been building as part of a community conversation that we tried to kick off, I think at this point, almost 8 weeks ago, through the videos and through our first public meetings.
Okay, I guess also for a hybrid plan, that given what we now know, and we've learned a lot in the last 8 weeks, if it starts with the students remote for the first couple weeks, then I guess I'd also like to see in the remote plan, even if it doesn't start, the hybrid plan, is some sort of metrics that are used to figure out when we go back to remote only, or when it's actually reasonable to go to hybrid. And I know that's beyond the scope of this conversation, but before voting on much, that seems important in terms of where we're starting. Many people have emailed and asked about, can we do more community testing? What's contract tracing like? And my understanding is there's not a lot of that going on in our area, and that a lot of experts out there are saying in order to open schools safely, those things are really important. So I guess you've referred a couple times to your conversations with our public health department, and I think for us to feel comfortable moving forward in a future meeting, we may need to understand that a little better. In terms of specifics, I have a couple specific questions about each level. Why in elementary would we be delaying kindergarten? Why did we pick kindergarten to be the one that goes back so late?
We wanted to start with first grade and preschool because preschool was designated as one of the high needs groups in the DESE memo. And first grade, it's a very important year for reading. So we wanted to make sure that they got the full benefit of that. To follow up specifically on why kindergarten last, this is the only group that's never been in school before. They're the only group that hasn't been impacted with a learning loss because of the shutdown in the spring. And we also felt we were responding to the public concerns we had about half-day K, because when you consider full-time instruction for 90% of the year, as opposed to 50% instruction for 100% of the year, you pick up an additional 40%. So we thought it was still responsive to that, but also was delayed for the reasons that I mentioned.
Okay, I'm gonna keep asking questions, but I found the NACE approach more attractive, and it just felt more equitable to get all the grades back to me. If there's some really strong reasons, maybe later I can hear more about them offline. In terms of the high school, I'm really concerned about edgenuity. I too have tried to look into it a little bit. It seems like we're really setting up an impossible choice for our high school students that for whatever reason don't feel comfortable going with hybrid. And again, it comes back to what are the metrics? Are we gonna go to hybrid at a time where it's really looking pretty safe to most of our community? Or are we gonna go to hybrid when half the students are afraid of going back because of the virus numbers? So without really understanding how that metric's being developed, it's hard to know how many people this is going to affect. But to ask high school students to make a choice to have an incredibly inferior educational experience, which is everything I can tell is what this choice would be for many of them, or to go back, I think is really unfair. I'll also say we probably have some high school teachers that feel they need to teach remote for whatever reason. And I just think we could be a lot more creative in serving both our student choice and our teacher choice. And high school students are the ones that are most capable learning remotely. If high school students were in school 2 days a week, as in the NACE proposal, my experience is a lot of them would do pretty well learning on their own for the other days or in a remote session. And as a addition, if you had some high school teachers who, for health reasons or whatever else, did not feel comfortable being in the classroom, I don't see why, if students went in hybrid, they couldn't teach from their computer to the students in the class. So I just think there could be a lot more creativity. And I guess I'd like to hear how we came up with the ingenuity, that in particular, that decision point, and if there were teachers involved in that, or if it was more a committee that didn't include many high school teachers. I guess I want to know if there were high school teachers involved.
All right, can I go back and answer some of your other questions
Sure.
before I get to that? I would ask Principal Valancourt if she could help me with that, because that was a recommendation that came from the high school, and she might be able to answer with more detail than I can. With respect to the issue with high school and the differences between elementary and middle, you really have to think of it as a higher ed model. And the reason why is because we have teachers who are the only teachers who teach certain courses. You know, I'm not trying to personalize or put you on the spot, but I would imagine at Smith, there are probably some courses that you and only you can teach. And if those, you can't replicate those by saying, okay, we'll just assign that student to another teacher who doesn't feel comfortable coming in. It becomes much more individualized to the curriculum that different teachers offer at the high school than is the case at elementary or middle, which is why I said you have to think in terms of courses rather than in terms of classes or even pods. So that's where that comes from. Edgenuity, as I said, is the product that's been used in the district for several years. So this wasn't an affirmative decision to, you know, bring in Edgenuity to solve this problem. It was just a continuation of a practice that we already have in the district. And I'll turn over to Principal Valancourt to answer the question about how it specifically came forward as the recommendation for the way to handle students who choose to remain remote.
Hi, good evening. So we've been using Edgenuity for the last 5 years at Northampton High School, and typically we are using it for students who are out due to long-term health needs. We are also using Edgenuity to support students who need to recover credit, and we've done it strictly as our summer school program for the last 3 years. Currently, we are using it now to recover credits for students who've been unable to receive credit during the remote learning time. They just weren't engaged, or they weren't completing work in a timely way. And so some of those kids are taking Edgenuity classes this summer. What we like about Edgenuity is that it follows the Massachusetts state frameworks, and teachers can go into the program and they can select the lessons and they can select the standards that they want students to be learning, so they align with each teacher's course. Again, as Dr. Provost has said over and over, it is definitely not preferred to in-person learning, but it does offer the alignment to our current curriculum. Edgenuity also is self-paced, so students can log on during hours that work for them and during, and do as much work as they're able. They can go faster in one class, slower in another. So the self-paced attribute is something that students have said that they really appreciate. We also have used Edgenuity for Oh, no, so the other part of it is that teachers still have to grade and take a look at student work and provide feedback that way. There isn't a live teacher, but there are live pre-filmed or pre-recorded teacher lessons. And it's much like what College Board is doing with AP classes right now. Jenny Podell is one of our AP physics teachers. I talked to her today, and she's doing all this pre-recording for some online and remote College Board AP classes. So it's much like that, where a teacher's on, they're pre-recording, they're offering a lesson, there's vocabulary lessons, and then students are able to learn and receive the information they need that aligns with the class. So how was Edgenuity chosen? We had a group of special education teachers, and we had a group of general education teachers. We had a guidance person and some administrators come together, and we looked into different online programming. We had used a different one before this. I can't recall what it was, but it was not preferred by our teachers and students and caregivers. So this one was piloted and tried for a year. Everyone gave feedback. They liked that it was compatible to multiple or multilingual students, and they appreciated that we could skip over units, that you can differentiate. And this was the program that we chose. So it's used in our Twilight program currently. I will definitely admit to all of you that there is a need for some teacher support for some students, and to be as accessible as possible. But again, teachers are able to go in and choose their standards and choose the lessons, and it seems to be preferable. Not preferable to being in person, but definitely takes the burden away from teachers having to plan to do both remote and in-person teaching at the same time.
Okay. I'm gonna say thank you. Thank you for the answer. I'm really concerned about this. And as you spoke, I think I realized why even more so. If a student needs a credit recovery, maybe one course or two, this feels very different than saying you're going back to school. Not only are you remote, maybe you have a health issue that prevents you from going. Maybe for whatever reason, your family's decided it's not safe for you to go. And now you have somebody taking 3 or 4 classes remotely with no teacher connecting with them. And we saw what happened in the spring, mental health issues, social emotional issues without students connecting in person. And I think in a remote setting, one of the most important things is to build community amongst the students, make sure they're connecting with each other, make sure they're having conversations. And this platform isn't for that. Probably all of us have taken or tried to take an online class, and studies show most people don't make it through them, and that's only one class. So I just think this is really, this needs to be rethought from my perspective, and how we help our high school students who feel they need to be remote get a good, solid, all-around experience where they're not going to be isolated.
So I think I think that if our students are all remote, that model will work with the current model that we have. They can rotate through synchronous and asynchronous learning online. I think everybody can do that if all students are remote. If we have some students who are choosing and caregivers choosing for students to be remote, it is absolutely possible to do by having our teachers, or having teachers guide lessons with students at home. We will just need more teachers. And so that's a funding issue. And so we have 2 ways to do that. We can hire more teachers who are going to do and work with all of our remote learners, or we can use Edgenuity and hire support staff to be meeting and supporting kids online through Edgenuity. So those are 2 ways that we can respond to that. Neither, it's not ideal, but that's an option.
And just to build on that, we heard ideas for elementary and middle school where teachers felt they needed to teach remote, how they would be utilized. For high school, for teachers that feel they need to be remote, what is the plan for them?
So we had this conversation, and one option, which I think is the best, is that we would have teachers able to stream into a classroom. So again, if we are broken into thirds, we would have that teacher be able to stream in from their home into the classroom, and there would be support staff in that space who is kind of guiding or keep doing the management of the class while the teacher is streaming in remotely.
Okay, thank you. A couple other questions, I'm almost done. In terms of the cost, Dr. Provost, for the extra nurses, because if students show signs of COVID, you said we'd have to have these extra nurses. If more than a couple students or even one has COVID or shows signs, I would think we would be closing the schools. Is that not true? How do you see the numbers relate to the need for more nurses in terms of what would happen if COVID started hitting the schools?
I think you need to have one nurse for every school, because if a student shows a symptom that may be COVID, then you need to immediately isolate that student from the rest of the population. However, the fact that they're showing a COVID symptom doesn't mean that they have COVID. I think that a lot of those students will be referred to their homes and their family physician and found to be negative. But at the time that the student presents with a cough or a sneeze or a fever, we'll have no way of knowing that, and so our only option will be to isolate the student until the parent can pick the student up. So that position is really only there to provide that level of supervision and monitoring for that student while we begin the process of investigating whether or not that student is positive or any other close contacts are positive. So I agree that if we had a situation where there were one or even multiple students in a school who were positive, we'd be beginning the process of closing down, but we will still need that nurse to be on hand for all the cases where we have to do isolation that may not result in a positive finding. We know one of the things I know from my 3 times a week conversations with Meredith is that the overwhelming majority of individuals who are tested for COVID are found to be negative. So I would expect that to be the case for our students as well. So based on that, I would expect that we would be isolating a lot of students for precautionary reasons who later on would be found to be negative.
And why does that require a nurse? That high level training to essentially sit with a child who has some symptoms and is waiting to be picked up?
Well, the level of nurse that we're recommending is not the same level as our school nurses. I believe it's LPN level. I think the rate is about $25 an hour. So it is not the same level of medical qualification or expense, but it does make sense that if someone is being monitored for a potential health condition, that it should be someone with some health training rather than an ESP or a teacher.
Okay, thank you.
Member Levy, you have your hand up next.
Thanks, and thanks. A lot of my colleagues have asked a lot of my questions. I have a few nuanced ideas, so they're slightly different. What I think is probably a fast question for you to answer, Superintendent, and I echo the gratitude. I really appreciate that you have really listened and that this is a real attempt to meet the needs that we've articulated. So thank you for your work. I'll also say that in the weeks between now and school reopening, I'm hopeful, it might not be likely, but I'm hopeful that there will be a week that you and the members of the ALT team and the other members of NACE leadership and others who have been so tirelessly working this entire summer can actually take a vacation. Maybe we can mandate that as a school committee. Okay, so a few questions. Bridge Street plan. It says that there are 44 second and fourth grade students in the library. Can you explain that number and how would that work and why is that safe and why is that good for kids learning?
Sure, let me clarify. That's not what that is intended to depict. the capacity for the library is 44. So we would have a second grade and a fourth grade class in there, but it would probably be closer to about 20 students.
Okay, so learning together or learning in separate corners?
Learning in separate corners. So there would be a fourth grade classroom at one end of the library and a second grade classroom at the other end of the library.
Okay. Who pays for Ingenuity? Is it the district or is it the family?
The district pays.
Okay. Member Voss hinted at this, but I'd like to ask it as an actual question. What's the district's plan for testing and contact tracing? I will say that where I work at Amherst College, they have hired a contact tracing person, and they're doing weekly testing, I think twice a week or once a week of everybody. And I'm wondering what's been the conversation about testing and contact tracing?
So
if there has been.
There have been some discussions about testing. At this point, we're not recommending doing testing at the district level for several reasons. One is that DESE is not recommending it prior to reentry to school. Second is that there have been some hypothetical discussions of contact testing and the civil liberties concerns that arise if we're, mandating testing for all individuals prior to coming to school. It's a little bit different than college in the sense that this is a mandated activity. People don't, you can choose to be in another district, but you can't choose, or private school, but you can't choose to skip K-12 education. There is another issue around the delay. So when we have looked at actually some of the same vendors that some higher ed institutions have looked at, and so far the delay in testing results has been on the order of a week or more, which could create a false sense of security. What I hear anecdotally is that there are actually some concerns about that at the higher ed level. And then the other piece, which, well, a couple more pieces. One piece is that we don't know if the system has capacity to absorb testing for students in K-12, across the state. And then I guess just a final thing, which is my own personal thing. Some of those same vendors who are working with higher ed have said that the prices they'd have to charge to elementary would be much higher, which just frosts me because we're not sitting on any kind of endowment whatsoever. So for all those reasons, we don't have a plan for doing testing at the district level. I know there are plans for contract testing in the community. In fact, some of our school nurses have been working with the health department over the summer as contact tracers. One thing we've been thinking about doing is maintaining those staff or figuring out a way for those staff to continue doing the contact tracing for the city while they're working for us, or somehow subbing them out so that they could do that, because that would give us an inside track to the contact tracing that's happening. But in terms of required testing for reentry, we're not recommending that at this time.
Okay, I appreciate your response. Okay, separate question. Same question I asked Andrea. Is it possible that given elementary versus middle and high school rates of transmission and risk of transmission, that there might be a different plan in place, that perhaps the elementary might go to the hybrid while the middle and high school are in the remote learning? Is that something that has been discussed?
That hasn't been discussed. I can't think of any reason why it couldn't happen. All of this is new. I haven't seen any rule that says that every school in the district needs to follow the same model.
one of the things that I think is really important is transparency, especially with families, especially if we're going to be asking plans. And I agree with my colleagues that I don't think we can ask people's plans without first giving them a sense of what the different models would look like. Is it possible that we could say to families that if that X has to be in place, like whatever it is that we determine needs to be in place before we go to the hybrid model, or this would have to be in place before we do the remote plan or whatever. Are those thresholds, have those been discussed, and could that be shared with families so that there's some transparency so that people understand what they're signing up for when we ask them what they would do?
So we have discussed certain building measures. For example, one of the things we've discussed many times in this meeting is making sure that the classrooms have operating windows. We have the HVAC testing that's going to be going on over the course of the next week, so we can give information about that and why we feel that's adequate or inadequate, depending on what the result is. In terms of the larger health thresholds, I haven't seen in a trigger point per se. What we're looking at, what I could communicate to the community is we're looking at trends. We're looking at trends saying that we're on a continuing decline of infection, continuing decline in hospitalization, in mortality in the state, specifically within our age range of students. And so on the basis of that, we feel confident or not confident at this time to move forward.
Okay. Yeah, I wonder if it might be helpful to be, I mean, because you are looking at trends, to be able to say, this is what we would need to see in order to be able to go hybrid. And maybe our public health folks could help us with that.
Sure.
Determining the threshold and then communicating it. So I had the same question as Member Voss about the lag in kindergarten, and I guess a little bit of a nuanced perspective of, and this was brought up, I think, by Member Busansky, which is that, at some point, we're likely going to have to go back to remote learning. And I guess my concern is that if our kindergartners who have never been in school before are delayed in starting, and we go to remote learning before they've even had a chance to be there and meet their classmates and meet their teacher, that poses a real challenge to a group where remote learning is already probably one of the higher challenges. And I guess the other piece that I would say is that a lot of kindergartners have had a interruption in their learning because preschools have been closed. And there's a lot of data about the necessity of preschool in setting students up for success.
So all I would point out about the elementary phase-in is that it's modular in the sense that you could reorder them, and we could, the order doesn't really matter. There was a logic to it, which I explained, but you brought up some counter arguments too. The other piece of the logic is that we were trying to load the buildings from opposite ends, so that we could provide as much social distance within the hallways as possible. But you could reorder it in any way, and we could accommodate that.
Okay. Okay, this is a little bit of a different question as well. It sounds like you had an answer about how many teachers were involved in making this plan. My question is, how much teacher feedback have you received in response to this plan? Have you shared it? I think you shared it directly with NACE and with teachers, and I'm wondering if you've documented their feedback.
So I don't have a comprehensive list of feedback, but I can talk about things that have been done in response to the feedback. One of the things that, well, I already talked about the feedback from elementary teachers about wanting to have greater specificity about how additional staffing would be provided so that there could be supervision of students, which is addressed in this plan. Also at the elementary, we heard concerns about special education teachers being pulled from their rotation, and so that has been addressed. At the middle school, we heard concerns from special education teachers about addressing the backlog that they have because of the shutdown in testing. And that is something that, even though we didn't hear at the other schools, upon investigation, determined that would be a benefit to the other schools. So we added that to our model. We heard from several middle school teachers that and elementary teachers that they didn't like models where they had to be split off from their peers. So we kept everyone in their same buildings in response to that. So I can respond in that way. Those are the main themes that came out of the teacher feedback and the way that they're reflected in this plan.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. How in this plan, how many new hires would need to be made?
I don't have that as a ready to answer, but I can tell you all you have to do is go through the slide on page, the first elementary slide. There's 1, 2, 5, 9, 12, 14, 17, 18, 19, 21 ESPs, 4 special ed teachers, and 4 nurses. And then for the middle and high school, they would each need a special ed teacher and a nurse.
Okay. One of the pieces of feedback I've heard is that we have trouble hiring ESPs in regular years. So do you have any concerns about hiring that number of ESPs for the coming fall?
My take on that is that not so much we have difficulty hiring ESPs, it's that we have difficulty maintaining ESPs. So that comes into the answer. I think that it's likely not to be an overwhelming challenge for the fall, unfortunately, because the economy being what it is, I think there are going to be a lot of people looking for work. So I think we'll be able to fill the positions. The question is, will people maintain as different opportunities come open in the community? And so there was a time in the past where we had a reduction in ESPs, and what we recommended at the time was just not doing any layoffs, but maintaining the ESPs on staff and using them to fill the vacancies as they arose. And in a very short time, we placed everyone into positions. And so my answer is I think we'll be able to hire them. I think there will be high turnover. And I think as we get to a point where we may be able to ease off the surge, instead of reducing all those staff, we would use the reductions to backfill our vacancies that we'll come up with.
Okay. Okay, I have 2 final comments. I realize I've had the floor for a while and I do want to yield to my colleagues. So one comment is about issues of equity that, we are very much thinking about from a number of angles. And one angle that I think we haven't really addressed or discussed, and I don't know how to address this because I don't know how to create hybrid models or remote learning plans that don't create inequities for women who are carrying the burden, the majority of the burden of homeschooling and childcare during remote learning. And I think it's got to be named that these plans, all of them, are really hard for working families. And at least, I guess the phased-in approach is a little bit easier on families than the NACE proposal, because at least once people are in, there are more days that people are there. But it's that phased approach makes it very challenging. And I know we asked for a phased approach, which is why I'm saying I don't have a good answer, but I think it's got to be named. That I hope we can really think about how we can support working families so that we're not contributing to the inequity and to the gap and the increasing gap in women in the workforce. And I think some of that support also is going to look like ensuring that we're really, as was mentioned in a previous meeting, we have coaches for families who are supporting their students through remote learning, and that we are thinking about sending materials home in different languages so that the folks who are supporting their students can really access the material and so on. So that's one comment. The other comment is I just want to agree with members Fallon and Voss that I have real concerns about ingenuity and the inequity that we're creating by telling students you can either put your health at risk and go to class, or you can have subpar education. And I do think to Principal Valancourt's comment that there might be an opportunity to look at remote learning through a different lens. But that is one of the pieces that makes me favor the NACE model, because they are finding ways to do that distance learning with students in a way that seems more supportive. I do think whatever we do, we've got to be able to give our high school students some kind of safe, at a social distance, in-person, face-to-face time with teachers and with their peers for their social emotional well-being. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next.
I especially appreciate your first comment. There's a real conundrum, and I think it's only being made worse with the news we're getting on an almost daily basis about childcare centers folding because of this.
The next hand is Member Busansky.
Thank you. So I'll just, add to the general thanks and gratitude, Dr. Provost, for all the work that you and everyone else has put in on this. It's just, really commendable, and these are just unprecedented times, just absolutely really challenging, and I really appreciate it. So I just had a couple questions, and I just wonder, so just starting, I'm also going to just take it by each level of school. So just starting with the elementary model, I'll just echo, I guess, what Member Levy said and what I was saying earlier, just like it really concerns me about kindergarten starting in week 5 or 6. And I just wonder if that's where looking at kind of the NACE model of an AA, BB day gets us all the kids in a lot faster. I just think the best shot we have at any hybrid or face-to-face learning is going to be earlier when it's warmer. They can be outdoors more, windows can be open more, and not later. And that if we front load all the PD, then by the time kindergartners get into the classroom, we're really talking about probably around like week 7 or 8. So that's September, October, we might be talking like the beginning of November. So, and that actually raises a question I want to ask, which is, if we did front load all the PD and work days, and that was worked out with NACE, how much time would that equal? Like how much upfront time would there be for that PD?
So that would be about a week, which matches well with the amount of time that we had proposed for training for remote learning. While responding, I just want to respond to the first part of it was more of a comment than a question. I'm not sure that students would actually get there any faster in the NACE model for elementary, because they have the additional 2 phases of preparatory work before classes begin. So for the kindergartners, it might be no difference or very little difference.
Right, but even taking that kind of phase 1 and phase 2 out, I guess I was really more just talking about the phase 3 hybrid model that they proposed, the AAOBB. So, and then from there, so I just want to be clear. So then we're really saying that starting in week 7, every elementary school kid will be back 5 days a week?
We're saying that every elementary student is invited back 5 days a week. We will also have a fully remote option for families who want to stay fully remote.
Right. Sorry. Thank you. Yes. And then I thought I had understood the floor plan, the room capacity and configuration charts, but then I got a little confused with the library question. So you're not saying, so our room, let's say at Jackson Street, room 101 in kindergarten, student capacity might be 20 students at 6 feet apart, but you're not saying that there'll be 20 students in the classroom.
We are saying that classroom space.
Okay, but whereas the library, was that Bridge Street, the library, you're saying it has a capacity of 44, but you'd only have really most likely around 20 students in that space. That's where it gets confusing.
Because in the case of Bridge Street, what we're really doing is having a small overflow class from grade 2 and a small overflow class from grade 4. So the space could hold up to 44, but we only have 20 students who need the space.
And is the library class then at 44 the only exception? Everything else is a realistic, is what you would expect how many students to be in each classroom?
Yes.
Got it. You know, to me, having 20 kindergartners 6 feet apart, it was one thing when we were talking about 10 or 12 kindergartners or even 14, but 20 kindergartners in a classroom 6 feet apart, social distancing, PPE, all of that really seems pretty difficult.
So there is a response to that if the committee wanted to set, say, like 15 to make it the same as the other kindergartens in JFK. There are spaces we could use that could accommodate 5 students. We didn't list every space on this chart because we were mainly dealing with the main classroom spaces. Of course, that would need an additional staff member, but you could reduce the size in that class.
Got it. I guess that's what I'd like to understand is what do we really feel comfortable with is when we're talking about like teaching in really much more difficult circumstances. The one advantage to me was just having a smaller class. So I would feel much more comfortable thinking that, you know, we have, I don't know, I'll just throw it kind of around 12 kids per class, per teacher, rather than bigger. There's not that many cases of it, I noticed, but like I guess there's a Leeds class, K-1, you know, 18 kids. So yeah, that's kind of concerning, or where I sort of stand on that. Let me just see what my other questions are in elementary school, or questions or comments. I guess it's a combination. I think that's it. Well, I guess I just want to, and I will save this for another time, but I just feel like this issue of childcare and working parents is so critical. And if we look at the AAOBB model, or if we look at this phasing, any way you cut it, this is just an impossible situation. And I don't think this is ours as a school district to solve, frankly. I really think that this is an issue that we should be fighting for at the state level, and that we saw what New York State did with essential worker childcare. We saw there's other alternatives, that if parents need to go to work, that they can have a place that they decide they can send their kid for the day when there is not school. And I just think this is like, anyway, I will get to work on this tomorrow, and I don't want to take up any more time on it, but I really think we should all be pushing hard for this as a community. Like, this is just it just is making me a little crazy. Okay, next. But I do not believe that is our issue to completely solve. Our issue to solve is what's the best plan that we think is the safest and that we think we can educate our kids. That's what I think is our responsibility as a school district. Okay, middle school. You know, I'm concerned, same thing, that week 6, everybody's not in the classroom or not getting access to the classroom. And I just wish that we could like move things around closer to this AAOBB schedule where we're getting our middle school kids at least some time faster, even if they were just in 1 day a week. Even if we had to rotate on an ABC model, it just feels like it's way too late to wait till week 6 and then if you added on even another week of PD, let's say, we're just really, I think, going to be running close to being fully remote, and those students, I guess it's true, students grades 8 start going in week 5, right? There's a group A orientation. But it just, I think we're really just going to run the risk of not having our kids have any FaceTime and then going remote, and they've, their teachers have never seen them, and they've never seen their teachers. So I'd like us to kind of figure out a way to sort of bump that up. And I think that NACE, I think there's a possibility that NACE gave that solution laid out that solution, and then maybe we could then move on to some of these more intensive face-to-face scenarios, like especially with elementary school as kind of a second phase of the reentry. So, I agree with my colleagues about edgenuity. Is that what it's called? Ingenuity? I'm forgetting what it's called now. The concern about it. And, it made me think when Principal Valancourt said that teachers who want to remain remote will be able to stream into their classroom, and you'll have an adult in the classroom, that why wouldn't remote students be able to just also take that class that way? I mean, basically those students in the classroom are learning, from this streaming that's happening. It's not exactly the same as learning remotely, but so why couldn't we just set it up? And so that maybe we would have to use Edgenuity a little bit, like maybe a student would have to take 1 or 2 courses, but they wouldn't have to take all 4 courses if they wanted to learn remotely. And I just think that would be worth exploring. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I have very serious concerns about that as an educator. I would be surprised, although I'm not going to speak for NACE, but I'd be surprised if they didn't also. To have a teacher responsible for teaching the students in front of them, and then also streaming into homes all over the city, I think is only setting that teacher and their administrators up for an unending series of critiques of their practice. I just think it's really not fair to ask teachers to do that.
I'm sorry if I don't understand, but a critique of their practice in what way? I mean,
because there's no guarantee that the person on the other end of the computer is going to be just the student. You don't know who else is watching that. I mean, teachers face a lot of criticism of what they do on a daily basis anyways, and having every moment of it viewed by unknown others and possibly recorded by unknown others, I just think puts them in a very exposed position that makes me feel uncomfortable for them.
but don't we face that same issue when we're talking about remote students at the elementary level? Or I don't know why, I mean, and I know that this issue, I remember this concern coming up when we did our spring online, crisis teaching. I recognize it wasn't full remote teaching, but so I don't really understand the difference now. Why the concern with high school students?
Because the difference is in that scenario, and in the scenarios that we're talking about remote learning within our plan, a teacher is setting up a remote session and running the session. And we've developed protocols that work for that to a certain extent. What I believed I heard you ask, and maybe I got the question wrong, is what would be wrong with having the teacher teach in class to the students who are in front of him or her, and then also remotely broadcasting that same lesson into the homes?
No, that's not exactly what I was asking. What I was speaking to is the part where Principal Valancourt said that teachers who didn't feel comfortable at the high school level coming in person would be able to stream into their classroom. So they'd be able to teach via streaming, and there would be an adult in the classroom to do classroom management, et cetera, in other in-person stuff. So that's my question, is if that teacher is teaching from home, let's say, and they're being streamed into the classroom, why couldn't a remote learner at the high school level also take that class?
Okay. So I don't have that same philosophical problem with it.
Okay.
I do think that there's not enough teaching staff to do that across the board.
Great.
Just to go back to my math example, we have teachers who in a social distance model will be teaching all day long to get to the same number of students they taught in one period before.
With teachers, how so? Sorry if I don't understand that.
The math classes can only hold 9 across the department.
Right. Right. I understand that we wouldn't be able to offer that in any kind of consistent across the board manner. All I'm suggesting is that where we are offering that streaming into the classroom, that we offer it to remote high school learners as well. And that just might be a way to mix up. And so a student might be taking 1 or 2 classes via streaming with their high school teacher, and then 1 or 2 classes or 2 or 3 or something with Edgenuity, and not have us just going to this fully, this fully Edgenuity model.
Sorry, I didn't understand the question. Yes, I do believe we could do that.
Okay. And then I think also, I feel like I saw this somewhere, but I could be making this up. But I think, are students allowed to take some GCC classes, and are they allowed to take Smith classes? And weren't we even going to pay for a GCC, be able to pay for, or am I totally off?
Yes, we're still doing that, and those are still options. We don't build them into the core solution because we don't run our program on the basis of higher ed courses, except in a couple of cases. I'm not sure about Smith. In my discussions with Smith, I think that our access may be just remote, because I know that just as concerned as we are about potential infection by students returning from all over the place to Smith College, they're just as concerned about picking up infection from our students coming onto their campus.
Right, of course. I guess what I'm just trying to sort of lay out is maybe looking at this in a fuller way, that it's not just, if you're going to do it a remote, if you're going to go remote as a high school student, you have to do Edgenuity, period. That's it. That we have these kind of other options that, so that kids can build out something fuller that isn't just all about Edgenuity, because I really agree with the concerns that I'm hearing. And maybe Edgenuity has to fill in some of these places, or they're, again, taking a couple courses, but they're not doing their entire high school, academic semester or whatever on Edgenuity. That's all.
Sure. Yeah, I think you're actually helping me to explain the proposal. Those other options still exist, but there are some students who can't access those options. For example, right now, all freshmen and sophomores. So it's in addition to the other options that we have available right now.
Right.
And we do know that some of those higher ed options are still being worked out in terms of what our colleges and universities are going to offer in terms of either remote or in-person instruction.
Right. Well, it'd be great to just kind of see that in the remote high school plan rather than just one, bullet Edgenuity, end of story, because I don't think it is the end of the story. I think we can build something, something even better. And I can imagine that for a freshman taking English, that there might be one English teacher who wants to teach remotely and might be able to teach, or might be willing to stream into their classroom. I don't know. I just think we could probably make something better work, or that's what I would like to see. Can you just, how would the flex lunch and flex block work? I just don't quite understand that.
So flex block is a period where students can receive support from any of their teachers who they sign up with. Lunch would also be offered at the end of the day. At this point, we're still trying to work out the details. We know we can't use the cafeteria as a place for students to eat meals, so we are thinking basically 2 options. One is to mobilize lunch and serve it in the flex block areas for students who are on campus, or the other would be just to send students home with a bag lunch at the end of the day. I haven't mentioned this, but one thing that has to be worked into all of these plans where we don't have students on campus every day is we still think we need to feed students every day. So we're also working on a plan to provide remote lunch for students who may not be on campus. So does that answer the question about how the lunch and flex block would work though?
Well, I understand then how lunch would work, but flex block, I can't imagine we're going to having students all over the building going to visit the teachers they need to see. So.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that that's the case. So it's not all over the building. It's constrained to the teachers that the students currently have. So they would be, they all have 4 blocks. They would be seeing one of the teachers in their 4 blocks for additional help with their course, I believe. Lori, correct me if I'm wrong.
So with the Flex Block, we have a program that's called Enriching Students, and students can sign up to work with specific teachers. And so since only a third of the students will be in the building at one time, those students at the end of the day can choose to go to the classroom in which they need the most support. And they would sign up ahead of time with their teacher, so they can make sure that that those spaces are managed with the appropriate social distancing and class size. Teachers can also request that a specific student come to them if they're recognizing that they're either not engaging or they need more support with the content. So that's how the Flex Block works.
Got it. Okay. That just, okay, that feels very complicated to me, but I mean, not under normal I'm sure it's complicated enough under normal circumstances, but during this pandemic, it seems even more complicated to have students move or like regroup again. So, okay. And then I guess I am kind of curious why, I know you explained the testing thing, Dr. Provost, but I am sort of curious why with the free testing that's available and in consultation with Ms. O'Leary, why we couldn't figure out that almost like it being immunized and, providing a health record, we wouldn't want students at some point and to be tested at least.
Because I think well, for one thing, this is probably the thing that I have the biggest concern about is it raises all kinds of privacy concerns. When we are doing universal testing, some students don't show up at school. It may be because their families chose to do complete remote testing, but then people might think that, oh, well, the reason they're not in school is because they're positive, or the reason they're not in school is because they're refusing testing. There's also this question about whether in a mandatory education state, you can also mandate this medical test, which isn't specifically listed in the law. As you know, we do have specific immunizations that are mandated in the law, and we can't even really mandate those as much as we would like to. So I just, for me, the civil liberties piece is hard to get around. I do think that there will be more testing capacity and prices will come down as time goes on, but I haven't heard of anyone providing large-scale free testing for all students and staff. I just haven't, and certainly not at any kind of the level that we would need for our schools. And again, it's something that, as is being done in higher ed, would have to be done on a every other week basis or at least once a month. And so you'd be repeating this process that's problematic over and over again throughout the year.
Right. Okay. All right. That's all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, Member Kaufman, you have your hand up next.
Thank you. I just want to first say that I totally share Member Buzansky's frustration with how much schools are being looked at to kind of solve the issues. And I really wish the state would step up. Finally, it seems like school reopening is getting more attention than it did previously, but the amount of problems that we could try and resolve and focus on and should be limited towards our mission. So I share her frustration, unfortunately. I wanted to ask a couple of questions, Dr. Provost, and then I wanted to make a motion. So quickly, you in the elementary school model, you have the idea of bringing back second and fourth graders followed by third and fifth. I'm wondering how you came up with that. Is that just because of how they're divided geographically within school buildings?
That's correct. That's part of the idea of loading the buildings from opposite ends to try to create a buffer within the building.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then in terms of the room capacity and configuration, where do tents fit into that? How do you envision the use of tents, and how would they be used, and how does this potentially, hopefully positively impact our room capacity?
In order to provide all students with art and music instruction, as well as to provide students with their contractual preps, it's really important that we're able to have groups that are the same size as they currently are for those specials classes. That's why the tent is being added at each of the elementary schools. We're recommending a 40 by 40 tent, which can accommodate in a socially distanced space the same size class that you could put in a typical art or music classroom. Because art and music run on opposite days, they would both use the tent, and that would allow us to maintain the same special schedules that have been developed over the years. The gymnasiums in every case fit well more than enough students for PE classes to maintain the prior special schedules, and PE could also take place outside.
Okay. You know, I didn't know that. Maybe I missed it, but I do think that's an attractive use of the tents. And I think if other people didn't know that, when you publicize these designs and you share with the community, I would definitely put that forward. I think that is nice to know that we'll still be able to continue that if this plan goes through. So the last thing I wanted to say is just I'm listening. I'm trying to come up with a way for us to move forward. I'm totally hearing that. I believe that we're getting closer. So despite the number of questions are not being reduced, I do think that we're getting closer to a model that we, at least I feel like we can agree on, but we've never really voted. We've never really taken a sense. So it's just my personal sense of what's going on here, but I do feel like we've gotten closer. And I also know, Dr. Provost, that you feel like this is the best you can do for now in terms of what you need to present to DESE. But at the same time, I think you have to recognize and do recognize that there's a lot of questions and concerns that were posed tonight. And like you said earlier, we still have the opportunity to redesign this moving forward. And yet you need to present something soon to DESE and hopefully fit in a vacation, as Member Levy suggested. So what I'd like to do is make a motion that incorporates all of this and see how that goes. I'll read the motion slowly. My motion would be to adopt Dr. Provost's hybrid model for submission to DESE, along with the fully remote and fully in-person models as required, with the understanding that we will continue to refine and adjust these models, including at a minimum consideration of phase 1 and phase 2 designs put forward by NACE, and an alternative idea to using Ingenuity as presented. Pretty long motion, huh?
There's been a motion made. Is there a second to that motion?
Apologies, can the member repeat it?
Sure, thank you. The motion is to adopt Dr. Provost's hybrid model for submission to DESE, along with the fully remote and fully in-person models, with the understanding that we will continue to refine and adjust these models, including, at a minimum, consideration of phase 1 and phase 2 designs put forward by NACE, and an alternative idea to using Ingenuity as presented.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a second.
I can't post this. Do you want me to just, so people could, if I send it to you, Mayor Narkowitz, can you post it? I don't know how that.
Yes, well.
You can send it to me, Member Kaufman, and I will email it to everybody right now.
Okay. Okay, I just did that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
So I just want to verify, were you seconding the motion, Member Goldman, or were you, okay, just want to make sure that we had a second before we.
Okay, that was emailed to the school committee.
Thank you.
Okay, do you want to add any further explanation to your motion, or do people have questions about the motion?
I just see it as
Provost, your hand is up.
Yeah.
Well, my hand was up before the motion, but it relates to the motion. So can I go ahead with
You certainly
my
can.
hand was up for? Okay.
Yep, you certainly can.
So thank you for the motion, Member Kaufman. Right now, the way it's worded, I don't think I can support it. I remain really concerned about what the beginning of the process looks like. And I feel strongly that there needs to be some time for teachers to prep for what happened and what is probably going to happen. And so the motion isn't really strong enough for me in terms of incorporating that in. It seems like it's just, you know, maybe we'll talk about it, maybe it'll happen. And I would need to have a stronger wording for the phase 1 and 2 that NACE presented. And the primary reason my hand is up, I wanted to come back a little bit to the high school situation. I have other concerns, but these are my biggest ones. I have a specific question about the math classes that keep coming up with 9, only being able to fit 9, which brings up a bigger issue about how we count how many kids fit in a room. But why wouldn't we, if we felt safe fitting 12 or 14 students, why wouldn't we look for a bigger room at the high school if we're worried about math classes, the library, the cafeteria, a tent? Why wouldn't we look around?
I would just say because we have a number of classes that are required by all students, and they unfortunately are in our smaller settings. The high school itself has a very limited number of large settings, unless you want to. We did have the idea of tents, which would mitigate that. There were a lot of concerns raised by the tents. We would have to go back to similar to what was being proposed when we were sort of in the all-in, because it's to that level. It's not just math, although I keep saying math. It's also English classes that are limited in size. We do have the auditorium. We do have the little theater. We do have the library, as you mentioned, and we could use the cafeteria as an instructional space. But they really cause us to have some concerns about the educational soundness of it. It's one thing, for example, to have a lecture class at UMass with 300 students in it. It's a lot different to have a lecture class in the auditorium, even with 50 students in it at the high school. So we just don't have enough of those larger spaces. Where we have most of the large spaces is the science department, which wouldn't surprise you. We have very little problem fitting students in science classes because they're already large, but it's our core academic areas that are all just in the high school, very small classes.
Okay, so do you have a plan for how the library would be used, or is that just an open space right now?
Right now, we are not using the library, I don't think. We have said that we could fit up to 3 classes in there, but I don't think we have actually classes.
So the library, can I speak to that? The
Yeah.
library? This is Lori. So the library would be used for the kids who are considered as having complex needs and who would be attending school daily. They would be using library space with ESP support or special education support, and they would be spread out in that library space.
Okay. So just a thought, but really what I'm taking from this is maybe some more thought could go into this, because some of the smaller classrooms might be usable with smaller groups, with students who have a smaller ratio between teacher and students. And I just wonder if we can find bigger spaces that can work for some of the 9. But going back.
Can I just interrupt for a second? So there has
Yeah.
been a motion made and seconded.
Yeah,
So-
I'm talking about why I can't support this motion. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm almost done. I had a list. I've been waiting almost an hour with my list, and it's all about, it's very specific to the motion. I also need to understand why with this plan, it seems like we're spending almost $30,000 a week to support the plan at the elementary level. And as far as I can tell, we don't have any budget to support the plan at the high school level unless I missed it. And we're saying that we're putting students in this really inferior remote option because we don't have enough teachers and it's too expensive. So how do we make sense of that for our community?
You did miss something. We are adding a special education teacher and a nurse at all 6 schools. So that's the same. The reason why there's so much additional staff in the elementary as compared to the middle or high school is because the elementary are the only schools that are trying to accommodate students in all 5 days under this model. In the high school and the middle school, students are only coming in on the AABB schedule, so additional staffing isn't needed in order to serve them.
Okay, so Mayor, I will try to move myself along and just say, these are reasons, I'd be happy to talk more about these reasons. I am really uncomfortable for these reasons. And additionally, we haven't talked about it. I'd be happy to have another meeting with our public health person here. But the way we're calculating the number of students in rooms makes me extremely uncomfortable to hear that there could be rooms that could hold 20 people. And Member Busansky started on this. I won't take a lot of time, but the 6-foot rule is based on outside how far you cough. And when you start putting more people in a room, you start getting different situations that probably need a much longer situation. So for that reason, I think we're putting too many people in the rooms in this plan, and I'm not happy with what's going on at the high school at all. Thanks.
Okay. So is there anyone else who wishes to ask questions or speak to the motion that's on the floor? Sorry, Member Gold.
Yes, I wouldn't be able to vote for this motion because phase 1 and 2 of NACE's proposal is not what we were voting on today. I made sure to clarify that with Andrea at the beginning. Like, we're voting on the hybrid model. Phase 1 and 2 have nothing to do with the hybrid model. The hybrid model is what are we going to do that blends remote and in person. So it doesn't need to be part of what we were voting on tonight. Like, that's a different conversation. How are we going to do phase 1 or 2? The hybrid model we're trying to figure out is how are we going to get kids doing in person and remote. So, I mean, there are other reasons as well that that I couldn't vote for the plan as it is, but regarding the motion, that's why I can't vote for that. And so unless there's something someone can clarify something for me, but I don't understand how any of us can, because the motion has something in it that we're not supposed to vote on.
Member Leigh. Oh, I don't know. Does the maker of the motion want to respond to that, or?
I was gonna actually, I was just gonna ask Member Gold, can you say that again? Why is it that you feel like you can't vote on this because, say it again, please?
So we're supposed to vote on the hybrid model. And phase 1 and 2 of NACE's plan is not part of the hybrid model. It's a proposal for a return to school. Their hybrid model was simply that phase 3 AAOBB. That was their hybrid model. Just as Dr. Provost thoroughly flushed out his hybrid model, right? He didn't do anything about what August PD, the district in Alton can come up with what is a phase 1 and 2 as well. It's a different conversation on the return to school. Does that make sense, or am I misunderstanding something?
I guess it makes sense. I think I understood it differently. I understood the NACE model as incorporating that their hybrid plan was 3 phases.
No, sorry to interrupt. So that's why I asked Andrea really clearly, that is phase 1 and 2, like, is it contingent, is their hybrid model contingent on phase 1 and 2? And she said no. Their whole proposal is something different. They have a whole proposal, but within their proposal is embedded just the hybrid model, and it is separate from that. They said they'd like to see it, but it isn't a requirement for the hybrid.
Yeah, I guess I'll let Member Kaufman respond, but my take is that there's no harm in saying we value those phase 1 and 2, and we want to see them incorporated into the hybrid model that we're voting on. But I'll let Member Kaufman, since it's his motion, clarify.
Thank you. Yeah, that's pretty much it, Member Levy. That's how I feel. Look, I'm just trying to move us forward. We have to give Dr. Provost permission. We have to give him and the team time to do this in 10 days or less. And what I'm trying to propose here is a compromise which allows him to do that. At least what I'm trying to do is summarize what I've heard in terms of priority to make sure we don't forget it, which is, I thought I heard, and I think I believe I like it, the ideas of phase 1 and phase 2 designs. So I put that in, and I'm clearly hearing that ingenuity is a problem for many folks. So I just want to put those 2 things in there to capture what I'm hearing tonight. But just at the heart of it is that there's an understanding that we will continue to refine and adjust these models. I'd be happy to take that out, Member Gold, but you've already said that there's other aspects that you're not going to be happy with. So I'll leave it in there unless that's the only thing that would hold you up. But I'm with Member Levy. The heart of this is that there are things that got brought up tonight that I just want to make sure that we're going to continue to consider them. But I would hope that this is enough for Dr. Provost to feel like he can submit this to DESE, and that we at least can take a snapshot if we vote on it tonight, the idea that we feel like we're heading in the right direction, but we have more work to do. So, I mean, I'm happy to make some changes here, but the 2 folks that are already spoken up said they're not going to vote for it, so I don't see the reason to make changes if you're going to vote no, honestly.
Member Busansky.
Thanks. I also feel that I can't support Member Kaufman's motion. And I think it's really because it just feels too vague to me. So on the one hand, we're wanting to give Dr. Provost and the all team and the community as a whole some idea of the direction we're going on, but we're just leaving so many doors open. I don't think we're making enough decisions that we're gonna run into problems down the line as decisions get made. And anyway, it just feels too vague to me. I don't really know how else to say it. I still have those same concerns that I mentioned when I spoke earlier about how long it's taking us to get all the students back, of having kindergarten not come until week 5 or 6, which once you add in, if you add in phase 1 and 2 of what NACE wants, that could be week, I don't know, 8 or 9. So I would feel comfortable with, maybe I need to think about sort of my own motion, but yeah, it just feels too vague, and we need to be submitting a plan, not just for the sake of what DESE requires, but for the sake of, moving us forward.
Member Gold.
I was going to clarify that, yeah, there are other things that and clearly the phase 1 and 2 that NACE was proposing is brilliant. It's awesome. I love it. It's a great idea. In theory, how it rolls it out is a whole different conversation. I just think that we're missing the target on what we're supposed to really be doing here. And I feel that, as one of the public speakers said, it's now 11 o'clock and we're just getting to a motion to vote and we're discussing on it. I'll just add, and Member Kaufman, I greatly appreciate you trying to get us moving somewhere. I hope we can get moved, if there needs to be another motion, because the other piece is, I'm going to agree with what Member Busansky was saying. Essentially, we're saying is we're going to accept this plan with the option to change it all up, right? Like like it's the vagueness of it, and if I'm reading it correctly, with the understanding that we will continue to refine and adjust these models, like, I mean, if that's acceptable, meaning we're essentially not committing to Dr. Provost's hybrid model, then yeah, I'll vote for it. You know, like if we're saying, if that'll end the meeting to say that we're going to say yes, but we're going to have the option to change things up and give feedback like that, then yes, I could vote for it. But I'm not sure if that's what the intention is of the motion.
Member Voss.
Well, I guess I'm going to start by saying I'm not doing anything just to end the meeting. I think we're in an unprecedented time, and that it's really important for people to be able to talk things through and make wise decisions. And if it takes us a little longer, we were elected to do that, to bring concerns to this that we have, that our constituents have brought to us, and that's just part of the process. And I'm sorry it's so late too. I have my own problems too. I don't like staying up this late, but right now, when we're in a worldwide pandemic, we have to do our best. And so I'm not going to feel like I have to stop talking just because it's getting late. And in this case, I guess I still have a question, and that is, Dr. Provost, what about NACE's proposal did you not like, and why is the one you're proposing, in your opinion, if you had to pick one or two things, so much stronger? Because the reason I still am leaning toward NACE's proposal, and I think there's parts of your proposal that are really strong, and there's ways to bring them together perhaps, but it treats students more equally across all the ages, and I think your proposal right now does not work for me. I don't feel like elementary and high school students have to have the exact same number of days, but they need to have enough to keep them healthy and educated. And I feel like it's failing that for me right now. So what about NACE's proposal is problematic for you, is my question.
Well, you're absolutely right when you say that there are a lot of similarities. As I look at it, the two plans are 67% similar. The 1/3 difference is all we're talking about. And I want to be clear. As I said before Andrea presented, these are two plans that live in the same neighborhood. We're looking at the same things. As I think Member Gold said, the NACE plan is essentially the plan that we presented 8 weeks ago that was rejected, with some new pieces added onto it. So it's not that I think that the NACE plan is moving in the wrong direction. What I think are the important parts for me that I think cause me to feel that the plan from the administrative team is stronger is that it does prioritize the high need students in a very concrete way, that it prioritizes the elementary students for learning for all the reasons that we've talked about, the difficulties with remote learning for young students, the developmental window that closes very quickly in a young person's life. And then the other thing is that I think that even though we've presented a much more fine-grained model, which I think has led to additional questions, those details are really important. You know, when I started this 8 weeks ago and I presented the AABB model or ABAB model, I was saying things like, and teachers who are not able to come back for health reasons, we would be able to put them into a remote class. But actually figuring out how to do that is very tricky. So we have a model now of unenrolling and re-enrolling students at the elementary that we figured out that works. We have a model of putting students on pods at the middle school that works for doing that. We do have a model at the high school, which I have heard the criticism, believe me, I've heard the criticisms of Edgenuity, but we have at least a model that's workable at the secondary level. And I just, for me, knowing that those pieces are worked out and can be implemented feels much more comfortable than saying, okay, and we'll try to match students who don't want to return in person, with teachers who can't return in person. Because that was the goal, and that was what I was saying 2 months ago. But actually figuring out how to do that took a lot of work. And I fear that if we lose that, we're not going to be ready to open. We just won't. That's why I feel that our plan is the one that I would like you to support right now. It's not a criticism of NACE's plan. As I said, I was in the same place NACE is right now. And I ended up in the same place that NACE is, with the high school and middle school, really, with the exception of a preferential option for high need students.
So, I mean, I'll just say, I think NACE's plan is a lot more simple, and a beauty of it is that it doesn't have all those specifics. And it's what we've been saying, even with either plan, things are going to change, and we know they're going to change. So that's all I have to say.
Member Levy.
Thanks. Member Voss said a lot of what I was going to say, and very eloquently, so thank you. I guess my hope is that we can leave here tonight with a hybrid plan that we have voted on. And I get that it's late, and I think that that's our job, and we need to equip our teachers and our administrators to be able to plan. And so I guess I too would not vote for the motion that's on the floor as it is. I guess there are still, as Member Busansky said, there are a lot of details about this plan that I think need to be ironed out before I can support it, including the kindergarten, or just the lag time for whatever that last group is that's going to be starting. That's a long time to wait, whoever it is, whatever grade level, and a number of the other things that have been mentioned. And so if there's a way that, I guess my question is whether we could iron out some of those details tonight and then vote, or whether that's got to wait for another meeting, which would make me sad, but I will defer to the group.
Member Kaufman.
Thank you. So thanks for the input. I mean, again, I didn't, it's not like I came into the meeting thinking I was going to make a motion, but if somebody wants to enhance the motion, change the motion, make a friendly amendment, I'm all for it, but I have no confidence that we're going to iron out all the questions. But I think that's the irony here, is that Dr. Provost has said time and again that he needs us to give him a plan so that he could then focus on responding to the questions, not only that he's hearing from us, but I think once the community and once the NACE and the educators see this, there's going to be many more questions. So yeah, it's kind of it is very loose. It's kind of saying, Dr. Provost, go ahead and use this, publicize it, but know that we are expecting major refinements over the next 6 weeks, which not only comes from the questions that I think people have raised tonight and the priorities of more detail they want to hear, but even more so, the virus itself is changing. The information is coming. I have no expectations that we would stick with exactly where we are tonight, but I do think it's important that we move ahead. So unless there's another idea to streamline this or to identify where it is, I still like to get a sense on where the committee is. So I don't want to pull my motion. I think we should vote on it, but if there's opportunities to enhance it, I will certainly consider that. And I still think it's valuable to give Dr. Provost the approval to move ahead with the very clear understanding that we have a lot more to work to do on it. For me, that's okay. For others, I totally respect the fact that that's not clear enough. I do get it.
Member Gold.
Yeah, first, just to clarify, by me saying end the meeting, it was meaning that we would get our work done, not just end the meeting for the sake of it. Like the meeting will come to an end when our work is done. I do fully think, and I would hope members would go back and watch the videotape of what we're talking about. There's a lot of things that are being asked that are relevant to the hybrid model that we're picking. In all honesty, like zoom through the video, look at what you're saying. It doesn't have to do with the hybrid model. And it's not just one or two of us and against any single person, probably myself as well. I've gone back and looked and seen, what am I doing to make these meetings go so long? because I'm cognizant of the fact that it's not democratic, that the public can't participate when it's this late. With that in mind, with that clarification, I'd like to call the vote, if that's the correct way to say it, so that we just vote on this motion. So call to vote, if that's what it's called.
You can certainly call the question, but that requires a second, and it requires, majority vote. So you could move to call the question, and then that requires a second.
Thank you. Move to call the question.
Okay. Does someone second that? Okay. So there's no second on that. So so the debate continues. So Member Voss.
I wanted to yield to Member Goldman if she still wants to speak, because her hand went up and down, and then I have something to say.
Thank you, Member Voss. And I can put my, thank you. Member Voss, I actually have a question directed to you because I got a sense from a past meeting that you were requesting, that you were interested in a model that phases where we weren't putting all the students into the school at the same time, that we were sort of phasing in and trying sort of, can't we just bring in some students, and then this way we can see what's working and what isn't before everyone's in there. And and so I'm a little confused where now it seems, I just wonder how the current model, which addresses that concern more. I hear your concerns about the high school, and I hear the issues that you're having with other aspects, but it's just this particular piece where I did feel like some of this was off the table, and now we are putting the AAXBB or the AAOBB or the ABC models. Like we said no before, and now they're back in the plans because we kept rearranging things. But just that part about how you feel about phasing people in, and maybe that's changed drastically now because we know so much more about the virus, so we're very concerned that people are gonna have very little exposure, very little in-person time before we have to go all remote. I'd appreciate that.
Sure, I can answer that question, and then I can answer Member Kaufman where I'm standing right now. I think I can answer that question. About a month ago, maybe slightly less, I had a conversation with Dr. Provost, and this has come up in other conversations in subcommittee, where I proposed, but never in this group, and I can't talk to many of you because of open meeting law. I proposed, I think what you're referring to, Member Goldman, but I don't think I proposed it here. Maybe I did. An idea where it was a lot like the NACE proposal, and it was a lot like some of the 6, 7, 8, 9 in Dr. Provost's initial work, but make it 4 groups and go back at 25% the beginning of the year. And it really wasn't worked out, but it was more to say, if you had 4 groups, A, B, C, D, and the virus stayed stable and didn't come into the schools, maybe then you could go to 50% after a certain amount of time and have 50%, which is really what the NACE proposal is. Today, in middle to end of July, I am far more concerned about this virus raging through our schools than I was in June. And so I look at this every day for work. I'm part of major conversations about how to keep people safe in the higher ed world, and I'm worried about it. And I do think we should go back slowly and see what's happening. And the thing that makes this virus so dangerous is you don't know who has it, and it takes a week or 2 to figure out that it has hit the schools. So I don't know if I'm answering your question, but I definitely feel like slow is better. Is that your question?
It is. When you say, so there's a couple ways to do slow is better, do you mean the NACE proposal way where we wait 4 weeks before bringing everyone in part-time? Or do we go slow in the way where we gradually bring students back so it takes weeks before we're at where all students are receiving hybrid or any in-person?
I think it's a good question. It's complicated from as a parent, as an educator, I feel like teachers can't go back and just start teaching on day one, given the way school ended and given how they're used to teaching, because it's going to, I just can't envision a scenario where there's not a lot of remote learning, and people need to figure that out. So that's where I come in, liking the plan for giving time. And I know in June I said, can we get people back in the summer? And we didn't get to that conversation. I don't know if we could have. But I think teachers need a chance to plan. So it's a little bit, that's sort of different from what's safe, because if we had a way for teachers to do this work and they're not hired, their contracts aren't for the summer, and it's fine. But if you know, if they were ready, because when you went to school, you learned how to teach remotely, which isn't, you know, nobody knew a pandemic was coming, then you'd probably want to start earlier and be outside more. So it's like they're competing needs, but I see both of them. And again, it's just like this puzzle that you can't put together in a good way. I feel like the educators need space to figure out what they're doing in order to do a good job. And we should not pack our classrooms with too many people. And what is the best way to balance that? So did that answer your questions?
I think that we'll have to do. Thank you.
And I mean, so what I was gonna say was, now I've lost track of my thought, but I am leaning more toward the simple AAOBB model, largely because it's simple, and adding to it, and maybe, you know, if somebody wants to make a motion out of this, feel free to. Asking each level, elementary, middle, and high school, to envision what that looks like in their school. What does that look like? But for me, the current proposal it's a misbalance of resources, and other people have said what some of them are, and I think it just needs more thought. And I do think you could get a lot of what's in Dr. Provost's proposal still in the AA0BB. I think it grew out of that. They're not, as he said, there's a lot of overlap. And ask the teachers at each grade or each team or each department to figure out what this looks like.
So, Dr. Provost, you have your hand up next.
Yes, I realize the motion to call the question has failed, but for this debate to continue, there needs to be an affirmative vote to suspend the rules.
You raise a good point. Would someone like to make a motion to suspend our rules to continue past 11, now that it's 11:08?
Motion to continue past 11.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
No.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon, Member Fallon,
I'm sorry. Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
and Member Levy.
Yes.
That is 9 votes in favor, 1 against.
The meeting continues. Member Gold, you have your hand up next.
Yeah, to add to it, because if my understanding correctly is if the motion fails, then we'll come up with another motion. I was trying to get us there and just gambling on how many people are going to vote no for it so we can move the process along. Another reason why would be voting no for this, and I shared this with Dr. Provost, on the elementary side of that plan, it actually doesn't address a hybrid learning model. The hybrid learning model, as DESE states and is understood, is students alternate between in-person learning with safety requirements and remote learning. So at week 7, we're no longer alternating. All students are in at the elementary model. So the elementary component of the plan is not hybrid unless there's something I'm missing in that definition. But so that's another reason why I would be voting no, because it's not actually hybrid for elementary. At week 7, it's a phased return, but it's not a hybrid model, if that makes sense, for elementary.
Okay. So there, Andrea Gito has her hand raised. Generally speaking, we don't recognize people from the public, but in this case, you gave a presentation, so I feel like I'll recognize you, Andrea, just because you may wish to speak to your part of the presentation, I guess. So if you want to go ahead.
I was actually, thank you so much for recognizing me. And I was actually going to just say exactly what Member Gold said, which is that Dr. Provost's proposal for the elementary model isn't really a hybrid model, because by week 7, it has 100% of the elementary students in the building, which is something that, as I said earlier, we don't feel is safe at this time. And so that's really an all-in model as opposed to a hybrid model. And also just in the AAOBB model, I don't know if I made this clear, but there is the discussion of prioritizing at-risk students for in-person learning. So it doesn't necessarily stop at-risk students from having the priority of coming in with their peers at an earlier time and having more face-to-face learning. But it would just be in the not coming in isolated, but coming in amongst their peers in an A or a B group or both. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Provost, did you wish to respond, or to the couple of issues have been raised about the remote learning aspect, our hybrid aspect of the plan?
So I would just say that it is true that we have all students back by the 7th week in our plan. I don't think that invalidates it as a hybrid plan, because as we've said, this is the first time any of this stuff has ever been done. There's no rule about what a hybrid model needs to look like. We've been, as I said, the plan that we need to file at the end of the month is extremely bare bones. It's 5 questions, I believe. It's 400 words or less on each question. So I think that it works within that framework. And it's responsive to what we've heard before. I think one thing the committee has been extremely consistent about in the past is the desire to prioritize elementary students for more for more in-person learning. If it would make you feel better to have that be 4 days instead of 5 days, certainly that can be done. If we can do 5, we can do 4. I also just want to really thank Andrea for her comments about the high-risk students. I think it's really important that we bring them front and center in this discussion. I'll just say this, I hope this is taken in the spirit that it's intended, because Andrea and I have talked about this so much. We're so close in the 2 models we're presenting tonight. I think there's a lot of agreement, but it concerns me that, I haven't heard more emphasis on that tonight until Andrea re-brought it up. I worry about the sort of phase 1 and phase 2 for all students, because for a lot of our students, it's a step backwards, right? Our most at-risk students are in school right now. And so telling them, no, you have to stop coming to school so that you can get ready to come back to school does feel very strange for me, for the students who we feel are most at risk and the ones that we most want to try to serve through this time.
That's because they're in summer school. That's what you're making reference to.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so Member Kaufman, your motion is on the floor. It's been seconded. Is there any further debate? Do you wish to modify, withdraw, move forward with with the question on the floor, I'll call the roll if unless you have anything else.
Sorry, no, thanks. I have nothing else. We can
Okay.
move.
Okay. So, Dr. Provost, did you have a question?
I did not. Sorry. Did I raise my hand?
Yeah, no problem. Or I may have just have forgotten to lower it the last time. Okay, so I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Goldman,
No.
Member Voss,
No.
Member Gold,
No.
Mayor Narkowitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
No.
Member Fallon,
No.
Member Seraphy Cox,
No.
Member Condon,
No.
Member Levy,
No.
Member Kaufman,
Yes. Yes.
that's 2 in favor, 8 against.
Okay, that motion does not carry, so we return to the debate. I guess the floor is open to any other motions. The floor is open to a motion to continue this discussion and or a motion to seek more information or whatever. Member Levy.
I might have a motion. Before I do, I can just ask a question, right? We're having
Yes, you may,
conversation.
of course, yeah.
Superintendent, other than the phase 1, phase 2, if you were to take the NACE proposal and make any changes to it that you thought made it stronger in 1 to 2 opportunities to do that, what would that look like for you?
I would clarify the preferential option for high-risk students. Andrea has already said that that is something that would be agreeable and may, in fact, be embedded in their motion, if not explicitly clear in the motion or proposal, I should say. The other thing that I would do, if it's still the will of the committee, and I feel like at this point I just have to ask, because up until this night, I felt that the committee wanted to have elementary students prioritized for more in-person instruction. If it's still your desire, then I would want to do that. I do think it makes sense for reasons that have been discussed in prior communications. And I would like to maintain the structures that we've created for moving students into remote learning. I can't emphasize enough how administratively difficult it is to go from the statement that we want to provide a remote option for families in all cases to figuring out a plan that would actually allow that to happen. So I would want to be able to maintain that, which would mean our structures for enrolling and unenrolling students, getting good faith estimates from our community about whether or not they're sending students in, maintaining the pod structure that's been developed at the middle school level. We can look at other options for the remote option for the high schools. I have heard what you said about ingenuity, but maintaining something that maintains that same kind of format, because that's the only way that I can see providing a feasible way to provide a remote option for families while we're still providing in-person instruction for any students. And I actually think I'll just add this, whether it's the NACE model, whether it's the all teams model, I think that it's only the hybrid model that offers any choice to families. If we declare that it's all remote, it's all remote. If we declare that it's all in person, we can try to do what we can do to support families, but the reality is we're going to need all of our staff in place to do in-person instruction. So what we'll be able to do for a remote option is very limited. So I think that having solved that problem is such an achievement. I really don't want to lose that.
Did that answer your question, Member Levy? That help you inform a motion?
No.
Okay. Member Voss.
Okay, a comment and then maybe I can try to form a motion. I am going to respond a little bit more to this idea of treating the younger kids with more class time than the high school kids. I don't have a problem with that. I understand why you're saying that. We've supported that, but that doesn't mean providing an inferior education option for the high school. And that's what I see here. And that's part of the coming up with a good plan, is talking it out, brainstorming, asking a lot of people for feedback, which is partly why I keep asking how have the teachers contributed, because they have ideas that are different because they're in the classroom and they understand how it works. In terms of, we've heard a lot of concerns about civil liberties, and I'm just going to put it in terms of that. A high school kid who cannot go to school because of an autoimmune problem or a family member with one or whatever it is not going to get the same experience, and it's going to be quite different, it sounds like, because of the way this plan is rolled out. And I think that's a civil liberties problem right there for kids in high school. So I just can't support that right now. And I think there's ways around it. And NACE's, none of these plans are great. And it may be that we can't get elementary school kids back 4 or 5 days a week. And we tried. But right now, of all the plans that we've seen that have been presented, I actually think NACE's plan has the most flexibility. Some of these other ideas and concerns can be added into it. It's not all that specific. And if we're looking for a plan to vote on it, 11, whatever it is tonight, if somebody wants to make a motion regarding adding some of Dr. Provost's plan into the NACE plan, to whatever extent we feel that needs to happen tonight, I could support the AAOBB model. And what I'm hearing is we need more support in there for kids who are at learning risk. And I completely agree. So maybe we add that into the motion. That sounds to me to be the biggest concern. But I'll let other people say what they think.
Member Busansky.
Whoops, I didn't quite realize I was next. Okay, so Dr. Provost, I really do appreciate your prioritizing high needs students. And I apologize for not saying that sooner. So thank you for bringing that up. And I really think this commitment from families, a good faith commitment, is really critical to us getting back in person at all in a hybrid model, I guess, is really the most is where it really comes into play. And I think that's really doable. You're not making people sign a contract, but to be able to have some sense of who's going to go hybrid, who's going to go remote, and who's going to come in person is going to be really critical to planning. I can totally see that. I feel comfortable with the NHS plan, except for the Edgenuity piece. And it seems to me very aligned with the NACE plan. And maybe Susan, Member Voss, I'm looking at it from through a different lens of sort of building some of the NACE plan into the alt teams plan instead of the other way around. They seem pretty closely aligned. The middle schools similarly, I feel like, well, I guess I'd rather see and sorry, just correct me or clarify for me, Dr. Provost, AA times BB means, is that the same as the AAOBB plan?
It's exactly the same thing.
Right. Okay, thank you. Sorry, that's what I thought. I just want to be sure. So I just, I would feel comfortable doing that sooner than starting that in week 6, having everyone back, trying to phase that in faster. And then with the elementary plan, I'm curious, Dr. Provost, what you would think. Member Gold really hit the nail on the head for me. I wish you'd said it 3 hours ago, but it really made sense. That is my problem with the elementary plan, is that this is a phased return, a phased all-in return. It's not a hybrid model. So, and maybe that's the message you got from us. I didn't feel like that was the message that I was giving, but I am curious, Dr. Provost, what would be your recommendation for a hybrid model, that kids are going, elementary students are all going 4 days a week and you're rotating grades? Or I'm just curious or I'm just wondering what we could come up with tonight to try to get the elementary part of it to really look like to really be a hybrid model.
Sure. Let me thank you for those comments. I actually had my hand up. I wanted to respond to something that Member Voss had said.
Sure, go ahead.
Which has to do with the similarities between our plan and the NACE plan. Because you called, or the language that you used was an inferior education for the high school. And if that's the reason, because it's an AA/BB, then you should reject the NACE model too, because when we get to October, it's the exact same model. There's no difference. The only difference is how you get from the first week to the second week. And it's, in terms of the quality of the model, I think it's the same. In terms of your direct question.
Sorry. I just need to say, I'm only saying that because of the remote learning plan, not because of the other. Ingenuity is what I was referring to, not the other.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. But still, I would say, I don't, as someone who's been through this process, I don't feel convinced that what NACE has put forward as a remote model for the high school would actually work. As someone who's looked at all the different things and started from the position of saying, okay, let's match up teachers who can't come in with students who can't come in, we just run into too many obstacles, and it's at the high school level only, and it's because that it's really organized by courses rather than classes or pods, as I've said before. That it's hard for me to share how much of an obstacle that is when you have some teachers who are the only teachers who teach one course. So if they're out, then that means that any student who wanted that course needs to be remote, or we have to find a way to do that course remote. It's a whole level of challenge that doesn't exist at either the middle or elementary level. But anyway, to the question of what we could do with elementary, if the question is how to have elementary students in fewer days, which is how I hear that, what I would say is just make Wednesday a remote day for elementary too. So you could have students in Monday, Tuesday, everybody remote Wednesday, and then have them come in again on Thursday, Friday.
And I mean, Dr. Provost, to me, part of the hybrid model is trying to not have every elementary student in the building even if it's 4 days a week. So why not just rotate the days so you just have fewer kids in the building? And I think that was one of our original 10 models or something, or somewhere along one of the models, one of the scenarios, right? So
that was one of the models. We could do that too.
That to me is part of the purpose of a hybrid model, is to have fewer kids in those hallways, in the building, in the bathrooms on a given day. And so you're saying a 4-day-a-week rotation could work?
It definitely could. If we can do 5, we can do 4.
Okay, thank you.
Member Condon.
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Provost, just going back to something you said, it sounds like you and your team have really crunched some data and feel that the Edgenuity is the only option that seems to make sense at the secondary level. I'm hoping I can ask Andrea, as the mayor has let her speak previously, has NACE looked at that problem that Dr. Provost has identified? Do you see a way around that with your proposal that you brought forward today?
I think the only way to look at whether or not we can support remote students with remote teachers is to specifically ask the questions of our high school teachers and our high school students to get those numbers. I don't think we can know, and this was something that the NACE leadership team had talked with the high school administrators about this week, that basically having those numbers would allow us to see who, if students can be paired up with actual teachers rather than needing this, prepackaged program. I don't think we can know that unless we have those numbers. Does that answer your question?
For a large percentage of classes, yes, but what about the examples that Dr. Provost mentioned where there's a course that only one teacher teaches? Can courses like that realistically be taught in person as well as remotely by that same person? Because the whole class isn't going to all come in or all be remote, right? And the chances of that are next to zero. So there's going to be some split in those classes.
Right. I mean, probably the only way that could happen would be if that teacher had a free period that they can then basically teach it a second time remotely.
Okay.
If they were teaching it in person, and then they could teach it, in another period or at a different time remotely to the students that needed to take it remotely.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I think that would be, the high school administration and the guidance counselors would be better to be able to look at those class pairings when they did the schedule. But I think, I know that there are high school teachers that are going to need to be remote because of the state of the virus. I'm guessing there's going to be high school students that need to be remote. And it seems like there should be a way to pair those together in some way.
A question that just popped into my head. So you have identified some staff that will need to be remote because of health issues, family issues, whatever. If those teachers are connected to those classes where they're the only teacher teaching it, and students who are coming into the building by choice want to take that class, how do they then take that class?
I think that's similar to what Ms. Valancourt was saying about that teacher could then teach it remotely,
yeah.
But then the students taking the course. So if it's a synchronous class, some people in the building could be still taking that synchronous class with the teacher who is at home. And so likewise, that teacher could be teaching it to students that are in the building or students that are also at home. I mean, I agreed with what Dr. Provost said about we don't want to be streaming classes of teachers that are teaching to a live group of students out to a remote venue. But certainly if a teacher is planning a remote class because they have to be home for their own safety, then that remote class could be broadcast to anybody, whether they're in the high school building or somewhere else.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And then would you yield to Ms. Valancourt, who I think has her hand up and wanted to also chime in on this?
Yes, absolutely.
So, thank you so much. So one of the issues that teachers have commented on and met with me about throughout the year and even prior when we were in a pandemic is that when they are teaching students remotely, so when they are teaching students remotely and they have another full class going in person, it's incredibly challenging to run both curriculums. And of course they have all of their, and what ends up happening is like they're sending home a packet here, or they're sending home a worksheet here, or they're just doing little pieces like read this book and answer these questions. The level of learning and the level of engagement and the level of just academic rigor is nearly impossible. So teachers have a very, very difficult time managing both the remote
and in-person learning. And so if we have students who are coming in fully in person, or, you know, a third, you know, the A, B, and C model, they're seeing a third of their class at one time, having to then have just students assigned to them who are remote is going to be an extra preparation period. So if we want to have live teachers, what that means at the high school level is that we will have to hire you know, or find or assign one person to be like an integrated math 1 teacher, an integrated math 2 teacher. There's so many levels. And so if we just think about that for the core subjects, that's, you know, 4 subjects, 4 teachers for each grade level. That's 16 additional teachers we would need to support just the students who would be doing the remote learning. I'm not saying that I don't want to do that, but financially, it seems to be quite a burden. But again, I do love the idea of potentially choosing like one online class through Edgenuity, and then kids doing, you know, picking an elective class that can serve more students. I think that there's a lot of ways to do this. And when we said Edgenuity, I'm sorry that it's caused so much conflict. However, it was meant to say, like, this is one idea for kids who cannot come to school. And of course, when we talk about online learning, it means blended learning in a lot of different ways. So those students could still do an online internship with Misha. They could still do a capstone with another teacher, which would be easy to do remotely. I think there's a lot of options, and I would hate for this to be the thing that stalls us in determining an appropriate plan for the high school, because I work with some awesomely creative folks who are definitely willing to problem solve this, and I don't think it would take too much attention. It could be a quick solve. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's what many of the members wanted to hear when you presented. That was the way that remote learning would happen. What you just said, I think, addresses many concerns, mine included.
Member Gold.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve a hybrid plan that for elementary utilizes the AB model identified by NACE's AAOBB, also scenario 6, and Dr. Provost, and for JFK and NHS to utilize Dr. Provost's hybrid model shared today, with the caveat that the offering for the all remote high school students be revised. I emailed that to Annie. I don't know if it's been shared out yet, but that's my motion. I don't know on the tech.
Can you repeat it?
Yep. And I don't know if on the tech side, maybe Emily knows, member Seraphy Cox knows, if someone posts it to everyone in the chat, will we all be able to see it, even though we can't chat back? But anyway, my motion is, I'd like to make a motion to approve a hybrid plan for the that for elementary utilizes the AB model identified in scenario 6 by Dr. Provost and NACE's AAOBB. So the AB model from today that we saw for elementary, and for JFK and NHS utilizes Dr. Provost's hybrid model shared today, with the caveat that the offering for all remote high school students be revised.
I will second that.
Okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded by Member Gold. Member Goldman, you have your hand up. Is that in response to the motion?
It's relevant.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. Can you clarify, does this plan include the phasing in Superintendent Provost's plan?
Is that a question for me?
Yes.
No, the motion strictly identifies the hybrid model to be used.
Right, so the hybrid model for the elementary
would be the AAOBB.
AAOBB.
Yeah, also which was scenario 6. That's why just so we all, we need to look
And
at our
all
notes.
students would begin at the same time.
In NACE's model, all students will be assigned, if I understand it correctly, and Andrea can jump on here. All students are assigned
the same week. I'm sorry. K through
yes. If I
K
yes
through
for
12 will all begin on the same week.
yeah, I think we got a virtual thumb from Andrea. Yes, that's how I understood it as well. K through 5 in the AAOBB all would show up for at least 2 days during that first week, and then rotate. That rotation would continue for elementary.
And are you proposing they all begin on the first week of school, or after some sort of, after the NACE proposed
That's a good question.
collaborative planning, PD, and orientation phases?
Right. That's a good question. I mean, for me, that's a separate issue in terms of just getting this hybrid model. For looking at in the form that Dr. Provost has to submit, there's really nowhere to put phase 1 and phase 2. They don't ask about those components. So for him to get that box checked so they can move on, he doesn't have to address those. So I'm just trying to get that specific thing addressed.
Okay, so your interest is to do away with the phasing in of Superintendent Provost's plan and swap it for NACE's all students begin in the same week plan.
Yeah,
and all students have the AAOBB.
Taking out, basically it's Dr. Provost's plan,
right?
In the all teams plan for middle and high, and it's NACE's plan, the AAOBB for elementary. So it totally takes out those 2 slides from elementary from Dr. Provost, puts in AAOBB from NACE's slides and in slide scenario 6, and then JFK and NHS are Dr. Provost's plans as done, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
And if there's any other class, yeah, maybe I'm explaining.
I had some other proposals for ways to meld the two, but your motion takes precedent.
Member Levy, you have your hand up.
I don't know. I was gonna be next. I would like to offer a friendly amendment that that this proposal specify that at-risk students in the elementary school, maybe in all of them, have the option of attending all days.
Yes, I think NACE's plan does that. NACE's plan, they said at-risk populations are, and I agree that's a priority, and I love that about Dr. Provost as well. NACE, and his scenario 6 had that as well. Like,
no, but I asked that question of Andrea, and she said it could, and I just want to specify that it should.
Sure, we could. I love that friendly amendment. Yes. So that for the elementary, the AAOBB with prioritizing our high needs subgroups, if that's what it is, if that's the word, or however you want to.
That our high needs subgroups, if that's how we're going to call them, have the option of attending all days.
Just because I've worked with some of the plans, I don't know if mathematically that'll actually work out with the schedule anymore.
Okay, A days and B days. Because nobody's there, right?
If they've seen that, if they work through the plan and that can happen, I'm down with it. But I don't think you can rotate. I don't think you could take a class of. You can't take Mr. Gold's class, split them into A and B, and he sees both of those. But if he has more than half of his kids in the high needs subgroup, now there's mathematically, I can't see all my kids anymore. I don't think.
Yeah, I think there would have to be some creativity so that you don't have in your class, you don't have more than half of your kids as high needs. I think it would have to be sort of split so that the math works, so that no, I don't know. I guess I'll defer to the superintendent whether that would work. And I will also just say before I do that, because then I'll yield, that I have feelings about this because I do not think 2 days in person is enough for elementary school kids. Now I'd like to ask the question. Sorry.
Member Busansky?
Wait, no, sorry. That was a question to the superintendent.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Does it work to have, could you envision splitting a class into A and B, but then having the high needs kids go for A and B?
Yes. Can I just say that I feel what you're expressing right now. It seems to me like the committee is in the process of talking itself out of a lot of in-person instruction that could be provided for elementary students, and that feels tough for me too. But to your question about could it be feasible? Absolutely. I think the easiest way to do it would be to schedule the pull-out services on Wednesday. Many of these students receive some kind of pull-out instruction anyways. If we did all of those on Wednesdays, they might be shortened days, but we could start there, and I think that would allow students to also get maximum inclusion time in the other days that they are in school.
So does that inform your plan at all, Member Gold, in terms of any modifications or?
I wouldn't know how to, if someone could reword the motion for me, that I'm not, I heard it all. I just don't see how that gets worded into a motion anymore. And I don't know, again, that's why I was like, if Andrea, because, yeah, they, I wonder if they flushed that out to see if that would coincide with the AAOBB. And I guess, for what it's worth, if I'm understanding correctly, and I don't know if everyone had a chance to look through the form, but I looked through the entire form that we had to submit. We just have to come up with a sample model. Like if Dr. Provost types in there, we're going to do an AAOBB or an AB schedule, and he just uses what he typed in there, we're good, and we've got our box checked with DESE, and then we can flush out the details of what the rotation is, right? Like we're not telling parents today that it's AAOBB in September in terms of what kids and all of that. We're saying we're doing a rotation model. And what I'd hope is that we could now move forward and really dig into, as he was saying, that we need to really flush out like he did for the high school and the middle and the elementary that he proposed today. When you flush it all out, I think we're going to see some variation of what Nace shared. And I think we'll get to a good place what will address what you're saying, Member Levy. But so I think the motion, if someone could put it in there, I'm down. I don't know.
Do I still have the floor, Mayor, or am I, because I would love to respond to that.
Go ahead. No, I was just, you had raised a request, and I was trying to see if the maker of the motion could accommodate your request, so.
Yeah, I guess my response, Member Gold, is that I'm not in, I know that we've got to get the DESE form in, but given that it's so bare bones, I'm more interested in getting something that we can articulate to parents so that people can make plans and teachers can make plans. And so I guess for me to say I'm going to vote on something that in the end is going to look entirely different from what I'm voting on is really hard for me to vote on it. Like I'm uncomfortable voting on something without knowing that there's more in-class time for elementary school students. But I still do have my friendly amendment just in case your motion does pass.
Gotcha.
Okay, so Member Busansky, you have your hand up next.
Sure. Sorry, I'm just confused. Member Levy, do you have a friendly amendment to Member Gold's motion? Wouldn't that need to come before we vote on the motion?
Yeah, I made my friendly amendment. I think he accepted it.
Okay.
Do you want me to say it again?
You repeat it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's that that all I don't know what words we're using now. High needs.
Oh, the high needs. Okay, I'm with you. Sorry. I thought I had missed something else. Okay, thank you.
All high needs students have the option of attending A and B days with their service pullout services occurring on the O day.
Got it.
Oh, so that's a little bit, all their pullout service O day.
If they have them.
Yeah, I think that I think I could accept it to get the motion passed. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
So again, it's all high need students have the option of attending the A or B day with their pullout service.
And
A and B day.
The AA.
Okay. A and B days.
Okay. Okay. I'm just going to put it in the chat. Okay. Is there? So you're accepting that friendly amendment? Member Gold.
Yes.
Dr. Provost, did you have a comment before we go too far?
I think it would be really important to hear from the special education director on this. Dr. Plummer has been on a number of statewide calls that I haven't been on. What I have heard is that there's an obligation to provide FAPE, which means that it doesn't matter what model we come up with for all of the students. There are some students who, in order to receive FAPE, may need to be there every single day. But I haven't been a part of those conversations. She has. And if she's willing to speak to that, I think it would be important for the committee to hear that before they vote on this, this motion.
Dr. Plummer.
Sure. I'm glad I didn't go to bed. So absolutely, certainly the information that we have been getting is that if we are not providing 5 days of services to our students, then the virtual equivalent needs to be pretty darn close to what it would be if they're in person. And truthfully, most of our high need students have a very hard time accessing any sort of virtual support. And what Dr. Provost said earlier tonight is entirely true. The response from our families who wanted in-person services this summer was overwhelming. We can't possibly meet the needs of how many people wanted to. In fact, I've already gotten emails tonight based on the discussion of our summer programming asking me how their child gets to be considered high needs. And the worry about will my child be considered high needs in the fall, because so many families are having a very hard time providing their children with the support that they need going 4 months into this. So I certainly would support any model that would allow, if families are open to it and understand all of the safety components, and we have the faculty who can provide it, similar to how we have had this summer, the ability for any of our high-risk students to be able to participate in 5 days of services. And I think that's simply the way to say it, instead of A or B, and C. It's just 5 days a week. They are able to come in if their families opt for it. And I think when we originally saw the list that came out from DESE, I think as an educational community, we had a hard time saying, well, your child's considered, DESE has a way of saying, based on a certain number of services or hours, that this child is typically a student with an IEP that's considered high risk. This one's moderate. This one has low needs. I don't think that there's a way that we could say to a family, if they're telling us their child with a disability is struggling at home, well, technically, DESE thinks your child is low or moderate risk, so we wouldn't be able to do that. So we talked as a group about saying, just simply, families know if their child has an IEP or not. If your child has an IEP and they're struggling and you feel like it's safe to send them in, then we'll be able to provide those in-person services, similar to our homeless students, some of our EL students who can't access services remotely, some of our foster students, and any student who can't access services virtually. So that's a lot of words, but I've been thinking about it a while, so.
Okay, can I reword my amendment?
Sure, I was just going to ask if you would accept that friendly amendment to your friendly amendment.
Yeah, so it would say, and it sounds like, I guess my confusion is if we say any student on an IEP, does that also include English language learners, foster students, and so on? Because I think it doesn't. So it's like, how do any high need student and student on an IEP who desires to attend 5 days may do so.
Can I?
Please.
Okay, I guess what I would say is go back to the original list that Desi provided. It lists the students who are considered high risk. It just suggested that you have to focus on students with disabilities who are in the high need category. But we're saying all students with IEPs plus homeless plus foster plus those who don't have internet or aren't able to access virtual services. We're just broadening it a little bit. And we have looked at the numbers, and Dr. Provost would be able to comment on it more. I provided a list of all of our homeless and foster and EL students and students with disabilities to every principal, and broken down by school. So we're able to see based on the room capacity, if all of them opted in, which they won't all opt in, what would our numbers be like? And I think with the model that was proposed today, I feel like it wasn't quite more than 33% at first, but he has a better sense of that.
So,
yes, I can do that if you'd like. The list of students, it appears several times within the presentation. The first time I think is on slide 6, where we're listing the groups and the phases that we were proposing. So if that's a helpful reference. And then, yes, it is roughly a third of students in some schools and less than that in others. So there's no issue with spacing with that group, regardless of whatever other students you put in with them.
so would it be, would saying all high-risk students shall have access to in-person services 5 days a week, and the understanding that high risk is that full inclusive list? Is that what we're?
Maybe the way to make it really clear would be the high-risk students as defined in the July 9th DESI memo.
Okay. Are you okay with that, Member Levy?
Yes. Unless students are going to see it or their families and are going to take offense to the word high risk. But whatever the superintendent thinks, I will go with.
Okay. So you could say the list of students recommended for prioritization in the July 9th DESI memo.
Great.
So I have it up here if you're seeing my screen, and all students as identified by July DESI memo, all students identified, you said for prioritization?
Yes.
And so this is what, if I understand.
You need identified.
All students identified for priorities.
All students, sorry, thanks.
And it's July 9 if you want to put the 9 on, it doesn't matter. Okay. Okay, so the motion's up on the screen as amended. Member Busansky, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. So I agree with Member Levy that I'm concerned we're not giving elementary school students enough face time given what we've seen about the research. but I think a phased in approach would be appropriate. So Member Gold, I wanted to see if you would consider as a friendly amendment the possibility of, for the elementary schools starting in week 6, moving to a 4-day per week rotation. So that we start for the first 6 weeks with the AAOBB, and then if all metrics remain good, using science and thresholds like we've talked about already, and keeping the whole high needs piece. Obviously, I'm not touching that, but moving, if it remains good, that after 6 weeks, we then move to a 4-day week rotation for elementary students.
4 days a week. And then can you describe the 4-day-a-week rotation?
Well,
again?
I'm really kind of relying on what Dr. Provost had said, but I think we had seen that in an earlier scenario. What I'm imagining, but Dr. Provost, feel free to jump in if I'm not getting this right, that so K through 4 goes on Monday, then 1 through 5 goes on Tuesday, so you don't have as many kids in the building every day.
You have it right. We could go back to that model. Absolutely.
Can you repeat that one more time? I don't. K through 4 goes on Monday.
Instead of having 6 grades in the building, right? K through 5, 6 grades in the building every day, you would have 5 grades in the building every day.
Oh, right. I remember that now. Yes. Sure. Can you tell me where to type that in?
Motion to approve for utilize the AB model. And I think it's also a little confusing that we're utilizing the AB model and the AAOBB. Could we just say the NACE's AAOBB model? But whatever, I'm not going to get stuck on that. And NACE's AAOBB model for the first 6 weeks. So I guess that would mean then in week 7, we would, and in week 7, change to a 4-day rotation schedule. Does that make sense, Dr. Provost?
Yes.
I think
Okay.
that's, that's that.
I think that looks good. And then, and do you think we need to say something about if the metrics still look good? I mean, I assume all of this relies on science and that we're setting thresholds, Dr. Provost, for when we're moving from, because, week 7, we could be moving to an all remote schedule if things aren't looking good.
Right. I think we would say based on the trends in the Massachusetts Department of Public Health dashboard of COVID-19 metrics.
Okay, or should we be more specific in saying based on sort of Meredith O'Leary's recommend, like more specific to Northampton, because we know Eastern, different parts of the state could look different. Different regions look different based on our region's metrics.
Sure, I would imagine that she probably would feel more comfortable with saying in consultation with her rather than based on her.
Okay,
Because
I think based on, what Member Gold put in here, based on meeting health and safety metrics, seems good to me. Like our school district is gonna decide what those health and safety metrics and you're talking to Ms. O'Leary 3 times a week. So I don't feel like we have to lay out exactly. We do have to lay it out eventually. I just don't know if we need to lay it out for this motion in such great detail. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me.
What about this member?
Zansky.
Yep. AB model identified by Dr. Provost in scenario up until health and safety metrics are met, at which time we move. Because maybe if we meet him in 3 weeks, let's go to 4 days. Like if it, you know what I mean. Like if for some reason after 3 weeks we hit it, then I limit us to the 6. If that makes sense.
Right. I think the question becomes it's going to take a certain number of weeks to figure out what the anyway. I don't know. I like having
Yeah.
some like point as which we're going to try to move, if all, health and safety metrics. But I'm okay with that. If you will accept my friendly amendment, I have another one. And maybe other committee members are thinking more clearly about this. But the other one is for JFK, because it seems like what we've laid out now is that all students are going to get some face-to-face time starting at the beginning of the, starting with the first day of school, whatever the appropriate language is, except for we still have JFK not getting 8th graders into the building until for a number of weeks. So I was going to propose a friendly amendment where the phased reentry of JFK Middle School changes to, I was thinking of an ABC, sort of the, what Nace had proposed, I guess, with the high school maybe, but the ABCO ABC model, so that each day one grade could come back. So that's 1/3 of the building, or half of each grade could come back if that works better scheduling wise. I don't know. Does that make any sense, Dr. Provost, to you?
I think, I don't know if Mr. Caldwell is still on this call, but I think that the only way to do it, or the better way to do it, would be with having a different grade each day, because breaking the pods into thirds, I think, could be complicated. But I know that he's worked on that schedule extensively over the past 2 weeks he's been with the district. So if he has any thoughts, I would defer to him.
Okay. Or, I mean, it could be an AB schedule. I mean, it could just be the same thing, the AA, BB. I guess all I was trying to do is get the middle schoolers some face time in smaller groups faster.
Right. So if you did 3, and I see that he's on the call. I don't know if he can unmute himself.
So it's 3, but I did on the
I'm not sure who that was.
I'm not sure that was.
Okay.
I think my phone just got extremely laggy.
I think my phone.
It has.
Yeah.
I'm going to try calling in again.
Okay. Sorry, do we want to come back to this and let someone else go ahead maybe? So we can keep this.
I'm going to call in.
Certainly.
So I don't know, Member Gold, what do you think of the kind of general idea of the friendly?
Yeah. I'm trying to put it in here and see if this is what it means. Like, is this enough to?
Enter your meeting ID followed by. Enter your participant ID followed by pound. Otherwise, just please enter the meeting password.
What about that?
You are in the meeting now. There are more than 50 participants in the meeting. This meeting is being recorded.
Does that do it?
I think so. I don't think you even have to include the NHS, because we're following NHS, Dr. Provost's NHS plan, which has them back in the first weeks.
It has them all. Okay, cool. I didn't have it all in my head there. All right, cool.
It's really JFK. And then something about changing the remote plan, or thinking something about the NHS ingenuity.
Yeah, that we have with that.
Okay, great. Then I'm good. Thank you.
Well, I'm back now. I don't know if you can hear me now.
You can.
All I was back to accelerating the middle school or changing middle schools. It might be good to hear from Mr. Caldwell. I would think that if you do thirds, doing a 7 and 8 might be better because of the impact on the pods, but he could answer that question better than me.
Hello?
The impact on the pod.
Principal Caldwell?
Yes, Principal
Answer
Caldwell.
that question better than me.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, so I'm sorry, I stepped away for a second, then I heard my name, so I'm assuming there's a question for me.
Yes. Do you want to describe what you're proposing, Member Busansky?
Sure. Hi, Principal Caldwell. Welcome.
Thank you.
To midnight meetings. No. So I was trying to include as a friendly amendment, and Member Gold seems open to it, to try to get JFK students to have some face-to-face time with their teachers sooner than week 4, 5, or 6, especially given that this motion has the NHS students and the elementary school students having some getting in front of their teachers faster, but still doing it in smaller numbers. So I had said maybe we could have an ABC day and split it by grade, so only 33% roughly of the school would be back at a time, or would it be better to have half of each grade back? I just was trying to, or something like that.
Sure, let me ask a clarifying question to make sure I understand what you're asking. Are you proposing a scenario where 6th grade would come in week 1, A day, and then B day? 7th grade would come in week 2, A day, B day, and then 8th grade would come in week 3, A day, B day, and then week 4, everyone would do it?
Well, I guess I was trying to ask Dr. Provost's advice on it, and he said he would have better insight. I had imagined maybe we would have an ABC day so that all grades could come in, maybe they come in 1 day a week for the first week, but all grades come in, something like that.
Yeah, so I guess the idea was, well, not I guess, I know the idea was to really get the 6th grade in, and just make sure that, we have all our bases covered, that we have thought through everything, and that we are able to see with this smaller group of students who are going to ask the most questions, what all needs to be tweaked. That's our biggest thing before we get everyone in the build. Well, not everyone, but we have all 3 grades on the A day, B day. So I think we could certainly do it in a shorter amount of time. And it's just a matter of figuring out which model we would use to get them in faster. So, I mean, I don't know if thinking through it right now on the spot is the best way to go about it, but I certainly think that there's a way to do it sooner than 6 weeks.
Okay, great.
I think 6 weeks was, in our mind, that was probably the safest way to do it. And with the 8th graders having the most experience in middle school. And then obviously all of our students who fall under that DESE description would have access all 5 days.
Okay. So the way that we have the motion, the way that the motion reads now, that last sentence, do you feel comfortable with that?
It's missing the word students.
Can I ask if we want to meet with teachers for, were you trying to say, Member Basansi, like for a day or two? Like we weren't talking about like even right? Like
Exactly.
for one day in the first, right? So just figuring out a way to get all the
Sure, so
JFK at least to come in the first week for at least one day to meet their,
Yeah.
Sure. So like the first, say, 6 days of school could be everybody, rotating. You're gonna come in this day. 6th grade A comes in this day. 6th grade B comes in.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think that can be done. I worry a little bit about having one group and then not being able to adjust and then see them and practice the next day. So there's that piece of a little apprehension, but I think we can work within the first 2 weeks and figure it out.
Okay. And maybe we could just say for at least one day, and then that just leaves it open. If you want to work it out differently, you can.
Sure. If it allows us to say have 6th grade in more that first 2 weeks, then 7th and 8th, to again have a group of students who are more likely to
Be more comfortable in the
yeah,
building.
yeah,
Exactly. Thank you.
we can figure that out.
Okay. Thanks. That's all. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other friendly amendments, Member Busanski?
No, I'm done. Thanks.
Okay, Member Voss.
Okay, thank you. I have a few right in line with this, and I think we're making good progress. Can I suggest, because it's getting kind of long, that we simply, after the where it says for JFK and NIH utilizes Dr. Provost's hybrid model shared today with the caveats, and after caveats, put some sort of colon, and then let's just do a few bullets, because I need to deal with a few of these, but not, so that's a bullet or a 1, or however you want to do it, that the offering for all remote high school students be revised. And I'd like to offer a friendly amendment after a revised, to be revised. Thanks. So after revised, if you could add to be revised to include as much direct learning from NHS teachers as possible. I'm leaving it vague on purpose. I would really like it to be all at least 75%, but I'm just gonna say I think we're all in the same spirit, and I'm leaving it as vague as possible. But I would be really disappointed if it wasn't more than half at the minimum. The other concern I had, and Member Busanski started addressing it, but I wonder if it could be addressed more broadly. I think part of the problem I'm having with Dr. Provost's proposal is the ramping up of stuff at week 6 or 7 without these metrics. So I really appreciate that word being added, but I want it added across the board. So the high school also ramps up, I think. And I wonder if we can just make that more general and not put it quite the way it was, but just across the board, something to the effect of, so the virus, don't write this, but my point is the virus needs to dictate when we can add more people to the schools, not that it's week 6 of a plan that we voted on in the summer, right? And I'm sure we all agree with that. So somehow we just need to say we're starting at the starting point, but we're not going to add more people into the schools unless it's safe based on how the virus is behaving. And I think that has to be true for all the schools. And I'm really supportive of what got added for the elementary schools. There's an article, several people have emailed it to me. I wrote the title down. Some kids should go to school, most should stay home. And I think that's really what we need to say is some kids need more school than other kids. And Dr. Plummer said it really well, along with the rest of you, so I'll leave it at that. But that doesn't mean we add more kids at week 6 unless it's truly safe.
Is there, sorry.
Where does it go?
Yeah.
With the caveats of? where's your metrics? Oh, okay. Up until, so where it says in scenario 6 and NACE's AAOBB up until health, sorry, I have too many, I can't see on my little screen, up until health and safety metrics allow, and 2. So under this 2, that's good. It can be a caveat there. It can just be another bullet, I guess, that increases in percents of students attending school, percentages of students attending school will not increase without considering safety metrics related to the virus.
Without what? So can you?
Considering safety metrics, you can leave it at that. CS, good.
I know, I'm doing it just for my own enjoyment.
That's fine. Thanks.
Sorry.
I'm good. That's my friendly amendment. Thank you.
Member Fallon.
Thanks. Not to, we have not discussed this tonight, but I was just curious. If we are doing this schedule, one of the things that I heard from families was about, how the different schedules are going to affect their family. They could potentially have 2 or 3 kids to get to different schools at different times now on different days because of the busing issue changing. If we are going to adopt the elementary model using an A-B model and the middle school's also using an A-B model, and the high school has the A-B-C model, is there any way at all to make this either alphabetical or to group families together, Dr. Provost?
We can make our best attempt to do that. I don't think that I can promise it'll work in 100% of the cases, but we certainly can make an effort. And the primary means of doing that would be by making the divisions alphabetically, which is something that we've considered. Of course, you'd have to make exceptions because that won't resolve the issue for every family, but we can try.
Thank you.
Do you want that as a friendly? You want me to write something in here, Member Fallon?
No, it was going. No,
Cool.
it was just a question.
Cool.
Member Kaufman.
Thank you. We're making good progress here. Thank you, Member Gold, for the amendment and all the friendly amendments. I just want to say one quick thing and then ask Dr. Provost a question. Way we're talking here, just for those folks in the community, just please note that this is not the model that we've decided to go with. We have heard from various educators, tons of emails from folks that just feel like we need to start the school with 100% remote and in fact stay that way for a long time. So that's still on the table. This is strictly around the hybrid model. And that conversation will occur in August, how we're actually going to reopen the schools. But Dr. Provost, I did want to ask, I just need to know that, I need to know how you feel about this. Like you said earlier, you and the team work group folks have spent many hours talking about this. And I want to get your sense of what do you think about some of the ideas that are floating around. And also if you could potentially just give us your opinion on how the folks that have been involved in this so far are going to take the ideas that we're now discussing, whether they would feel it's complementary or otherwise in terms of the work that they've put in so far.
Personally, I'm fine with these changes. I think that most members of my team would be as well. I think that high school and middle school are the most complex pieces, and so maintaining those is a big help for me and for my team. And I think with respect to the elementary, it is simplifying the process from going to 5 days in to 2 days in or 4 days in, depending on what the metrics look like. But I would say that for all of my team, and also I think this is true for NACE as well, based on what Andrea had said, the most important thing is maintaining the ability to do 5 days a week instruction for the students who have been most disadvantaged by the shutdown.
Okay, thank you very much. That's good to know.
Okay, Member Goldman. Oh, I'm
Thank you.
sorry. Yeah, Member Goldman, I saw Member, I thought your hand was up next and then I see Member Gold, but go to Member Goldman.
Okay, thank you. So one concern I have is with regard to the elementary school, I also am in favor of elementary students attending school in a hybrid model for more than 2 days a week. When we've considered 4-day rotating schedules for the elementary, something that was part of Superintendent Provost's last proposal, it was a 20% reduction in rotation in the kids in the school on a given day, which required the half-day kindergarten. And we really moved away from that, the half-day kindergarten. So I just wanted, for my first point, to confirm with Superintendent Provost that if we went to a 4-day rotating model for the elementary school, that the kindergarten would remain full day. We today have a model where K through 5 are all in school all day. The last time we had a 4-day schedule, kindergartens got knocked down to half day. So could you just talk about if a 4-day model with a full day kindergarten is possible?
Sure. The reason that we felt that we needed to do half-day kindergarten with a 4-day model before was that we hadn't finished measuring all the spaces. If we measure the spaces and utilize them as it's presented tonight, then we certainly can. Now, I have heard one thing mentioned, which is possibly limiting spaces and reducing them even more than the 6 feet distancing. If you do touch that at all, then the whole thing blows up. So I would say that we can't do that. If that one class at Jackson Street raises concerns, we could split that class with additional staff. But I would advocate for keeping the rest of the class sizes as they're listed, because that will allow us to have a full day kindergarten.
Right, so there was an interest in adjusting elementary classes to be capped at 12, maybe 15. And it's not possible to do that with a 4-day rotation and all grades, including kindergarten and preschool, being full day.
Correct. But I just want to clarify that those class sizes you saw are at 6 foot spacing, which is what the committee's last direction was.
Right, okay, thank you. And so I also had the concern Dr. Member Fallon brought up about having siblings or students from the same home or students with the same caregivers having the same schedule. It sounds like right now we're considering starting with some slow schedules and then ramping them up, which makes sense to me, with the elementary being the AB, and then moving to a 4-day schedule, and then JFK switching from the AB schedule to, and the 6th grade the first week or two to being like a 6-7-8 6-7-8 schedule at the same time the high school is an ABC. Is that right?
I believe that what Mr. Caldwell said was that instead of going 6-7-8 6-7-8, that his preference would be to truncate the phase-in period so that each one was shorter and we got up to full students faster, and also provided some way of having the 7th and 8th graders have some direct contact with teachers during their first weeks while they're waiting for in-person instruction, although he said he needed to work with his team on figuring out exactly how that would work.
Okay. In that case, I also wonder if there's interest in if the JFK is bringing students in those 3 grades over the course of more than a week, or adjusting that. I wonder if that kind of an adjustment would be appropriate for the elementary school also. But I guess that's what the AB is. Before you go to the 4-day schedule, you're doing a 2-2. And then my head kind of spins when I think about families trying to figure out with their 4 kids, the whole thing. But it's just gonna be like that anyway, I guess. You know, and then if we stay going and whatnot. Okay, thank you.
Member Gold. We're back to the maker of the motion.
Yes, I just wanted to say, and I appreciated Member Kaufman reminding me of it. And I mean, do we, Dr. Provost, should we also hear, you know, because the biggest shift here would be for the elementary. And so, I mean, if there's, I don't know if there are any elementary principals on here that would like to give feedback on if this is, you know, what their thoughts are, because I don't know if we heard, you know, so if you think that you can speak for them and based on what you've heard, great. And then they also, like, could we hear from NACE on what they think about this? Because this, you know, they're going to be the ones who have to implement it at JFK NHS. So just, you know, off the cuff, I don't know if Andrea is allowed to, you know, or, you know, however you do that, where you invite someone from the crowd to speak. I'd like to do that with Andrea if she has any input on it.
I think obviously it would be better to hear it from elementary principals themselves. I think that we've lost them all at this point. There are some telephone numbers I don't recognize, so I'll just check to make sure that's true. Okay, but I'll also say that, you know, the elementary principals and I are meeting for more than 8 hours a week on this. So I feel, and have been since the beginning of March, so I feel that I can speak for them with respect to this issue. And if I make a mistake, they'll be sure to let me know.
And I can't see if Andrea's on here. Are you, if you're on here, Andrea, do you want to put a thumb up or down if you want to share something?
I think, obviously, I mean, as you know, all of these things are going to need to be bargained. And I think that the concern about adding the days at the elementary school to the 4 days, you know, it seems fine because it's based on safety metrics. Because in any time more than half the students are in the building, then that's going to require groups to be with someone who's not their classroom teacher. So the way the initial model was being proposed at the elementary level, that had half of the students would be with an ESP for half of the day, and then the teacher would have to go back and forth between the 2 groups. And so if having that 4-day model would be the same thing, unless you are able to then have a full classroom in you know, all the students in the classroom without social distancing. But within this social distancing model, part of the reason that we proposed the AAOBB model, you know, obviously we would all love to have the students in school for more days, but you don't have the staffing for that. And then the only other thing I wanted to add, I don't know if there are any JFK teachers on the call, but I know that what's being discussed about having students meet the teachers in those first 2 weeks, that's basically what we're proposing for phase 2. So if phase 1 and phase 2 are implemented, then I don't think that would need to be in as part of the model, because all teachers would get to meet all their students in phase 2 before starting the hybrid model. Does that answer your questions?
Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for the feedback. I was going to say, I mean, can I make a friendly amendment here? Because it sounded like what she was saying. I guess I could amend mine or whatever it's called. Until health and safety metrics and and if anyone wants me just to delete this immediately, say, just shout it out. Appropriate staffing allow for moving to the 4-day rotation. I mean, it seemed that's what, if I was hearing you right, Andrea, about like, you know, who's covering the, if I guess you were saying like, yeah, that ESPs, yeah, you know, you don't want to have people floating on classes and all that.
It's my understanding from what Dr. Provost had explained with the hybrid model that he was proposing was that the class would basically be split in half because to fit the numbers that he was saying, the amount of students that could fit safely in each classroom. So then if you basically had one classroom with the classroom in there, then he was proposing hiring additional ESPs to staff the other classroom. But that would require the teacher to be going between two rooms, which ultimately increases their exposure and also doesn't have a licensed teacher in with each group for the entire time, because one group would be staffed by an ESP. And so that's one of the challenges as you add the additional days of space time, because we don't have the space in the buildings to have all of the students safely socially distanced and breathing the air in the building. So that was one of the concerns of the staff.
Okay, I think I can. So it's not just, so you're not just talking about elementary then, right? And sorry if my apologies.
That's for any of the buildings having more than either, you know, at the high school, it was a third, you know, at JFK and the elementary schools, it was half the students in the building at one time, because that allowed for the social distancing, but it still allowed them to be with their classroom teacher on the times that they were in the building.
Appreciate it.
Just a slight correction on that. For elementary, you're absolutely right, Andrea, but for middle and high school, I think we ended up at 67% and 68%.
Okay.
We could get those in without any additional staff except the special ed and nurses we were talking about. And again, that has to do with the different model. You know, in middle school, there's a pod of teachers, so the students are subdivided among more adults to begin with. And in the high school, they're moving from course to course and class to class.
Okay, Member Gold, are you done?
Yep,
amending your motion?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other hands up? I don't see any. So we have a motion that's been made and seconded with lots of friendly amendments having been accepted. And I will ask the clerk to call the vote on this motion.
Member Voss. Can you hear me?
Sorry. Yeah, sorry, I was getting unmuted. Yes.
Member Gold.
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz.
No.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Kaufman.
Yes.
And Member Goldman.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, 1 against.
The motion carries. And so the hybrid plan is approved. Moving back to our agenda, I did skip over announcements. Is there anyone who wishes to make an announcement? I realized I skipped over that earlier. Any announcements? Okay. All right.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Can you just tell me, at our next meeting, the August meeting, I know that we were voting on which proposal we'll be opening with. Is that when the discussion of whether or not the phase 1 and 2, it's appropriate to also have that discussion?
I'll defer to the superintendent on that question. I don't know.
I'm not sure I understand the question about phase 1 and phase 2.
So I feel like we separated that out from the motion that we just made tonight about when the professional development will occur and whether or not we would have the phase-in process. And so I guess I'm asking is, where does that conversation happen? Is that happen in negotiations, or does that happen when we decide at the August meeting on which model we'll be reopening under?
I think that it happens in both places. I would just add, since you're asking about the August meeting, I think there's going to be a need to move the August meeting because I believe the deadline to make a decision is August 10th, and our meeting is currently scheduled for August 13th. So I will get back to the full committee on that.
Thank you.
Okay, so there is a request on the agenda for an executive session. So if someone wishes to make that motion, they can. I don't know if this is something that can be deferred to a future meeting or it needs to happen tonight, but if it does, it will require a motion.
I guess I'll make a motion. I actually don't remember what this is related to, but I have a feeling it's related to my committee's work. So I guess I'll make the motion. Motion to request to enter executive session under Massachusetts General Law Open Meeting Chapter 30A, Section 21A3 to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Been a motion made and seconded to move into an executive session. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Narkowitz, can I you can discuss this, right? Or not?
Sure, yeah.
Is it, I am wondering, I don't know what it's about either, but I am wondering if it A, has to happen tonight, or if we could have it in 2 to 3 days, if we could have just a special meeting of an executive session when it's not, 12:45 at night. And we might just be able to think a little more clearly. I don't know how pressing the matter is, so.
I'll defer to the superintendent.
I think you could delay, but I think this could be an extremely short executive session. And
Okay.
so if you're hanging there for 5 or 10 minutes, I think we could wrap it up.
Fine, thank you. Thanks for that.
Okay, unless there's any other questions, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Gold,
No.
Mayor Narkowitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yeah.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
and Member Voss.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, 1 against.